Saddam Hussein and 7 co-defendants continued on Tuesday. Attorneys for the defense argued for more time to hear from witnesses, but were rebuffed by the chief judge.
Quorum being present, the Subcommittee on National Security, Emerging Threats, and International Relations hearing entitled Private Security Firms, Standards, Cooperation, and Coordination on the Battlefield is called to order. Last week, the leader of al-Qaeda in Iraq, Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, was killed in an airstrike. His death is significant. This man beheaded people. He had thousands murdered. He blew up both churches and mosques. His goal was to prevent Iraqi democracy. We congratulate the Iraqi people, and especially our military forces and all others who participated in bringing an end to his reign of terror. Although Zarqawi is eliminated, the difficult and necessary mission in Iraq continues. Even with the appointments of the ministers of defense and interior and the increasing role of Iraqi security forces, we can expect terrorists and insurgents to continue their efforts to prevent establishment of a democratic government. Iraq is a complex operational space. Military forces, civilian U.S. government agencies, international organizations, contractors, non-governmental organizations, and a diverse local population all share a common geographical area amidst those who would do them great harm. It is difficult to distinguish friend from foe. Included in this complex arena are private security firms. The Government Accountability Office, GAO, estimates there are over 60 private security firms operating in Iraq, employing approximately 25,000 personnel. Other estimates indicate there may be as many as 180 firms employing close to 50,000 people. These firms provide security for convoys, personnel, both government and civilian, including visiting dignitaries, bases, housing compounds, and reconstruction projects. The nature of their job puts them in harm's way. The most publicized private security firm casualties in Iraq came when 4 Blackwater employees were killed in Fallujah and their bodies hung from a bridge, but there are others. General Peter Pace, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, said private security firms, quote, are doing a great job for what they have been hired to do. But if they choose right now to not report, to not let people know where they're going, and they get into trouble, it is very difficult to be able to respond to them. Today we ask, what are the involving roles and missions of the private security firms operating in Iraq? What standards and capabilities are private security firms required to have before being hired by our government? And to what extent do private security firms coordinate with the U.S. military and other government agencies operating in Iraq? The mission in Iraq is far from complete. Only time will tell the impact of al-Zarqawi's death. Iraqi ministers are in place, and Iraqi security forces are becoming more and more effective. As these forces take control, private security firms are presented with a new dimension, the coordination with not only coalition forces, but with Iraqi forces as well. We sincerely thank all the witnesses for taking the time to appear before us today, and we thank them all for their efforts to bring peace and stability to Iraq. This time the chair would recognize the ranking member, my friend, Mr. Kucinich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Hussein is in jail, Zarqawi is dead, now we should leave Iraq. Zarqawi represented a small portion of the large and growing anti-American insurgency in Iraq, a sliver of the non-Ba'athist insurgency, while Baathists make up a majority of armed insurgents, so his killing is unlikely to end the violence in Iraq. However, the administration is intending to stay in Iraq for the long haul, which is why this hearing has some relevancy. the committee will get an opportunity to take a closer look at the rapidly growing industry that hasn't gotten much attention. The use of private security firms has grown exponentially in recent years, and it is due to one reason: the U.S. invasion, occupation, and reconstruction of Iraq. Rising security costs are the primary excuse for delays in reconstruction projects in the oil, water, electricity, and sanitation sectors, and why the administration continues to ask Congress for tens of billions of dollars in additional funds for Iraq. There's a great need to protect key personnel and contractors, to guard military bases, supply convoys, and critical infrastructure, and to train the Iraqi security forces. This is truly a gold rush era for the private security firms. It is estimated that more than 25,000 personnel working for some 150 private military firms in Iraq have essentially become the second largest armed force there after the U.S. military. But of course, there's so many opportunities, so much money at stake, and so few controls. One inevitably finds corruption, mismanagement, and war profiteering. In this Wild West atmosphere, millions of dollars worth of security-related contracts are awarded overnight, many of them without competition or cost controls. There simply needs to be greater transparency and accountability over private military contractors. We all know about the tens of billions of dollars in contract overruns that Halliburton's Kellogg Brown and Root unit has deferred to the American taxpayer in Iraq. But few know about the fly-by-night startup firm, Custer Battles, that somehow managed to win a $13 million contract to provide security at Baghdad Airport, despite having no security industry experience at all. This firm was so corrupt that when contracted to buy trucks to the military, Custer Battles scrounged up any and every truck they could, even if most of them weren't operable. One Army general called it the worst case of fraud he's seen in 30 years. So it's little surprise to anyone here that neither the Coalition Provisional Authority, nor the Pentagon, nor the State Department, nor the USAID, which all relied heavily on these firms, have any idea what these security firms are actually doing in Iraq. It seems that nobody in the administration is even keeping track of who's in Iraq. There are few, if any, international or federal laws which regulate their actions, and few standards for hiring and vetting these contract personnel. Almost anyone could start up a security company in Iraq and start carrying around weapons. And unlike enlisted military personnel, private security firms aren't held accountable for any crimes they commit. There isn't any military chain of command, any military justice, nor does there even have to be training in or respect for the Geneva Conventions. We all know about Private Lindy England and Specialist Charles Grainer's role in the abuse of detainees at Abu Ghraib prison, but many of the interpreters and interrogators present during the abuses were private contractors, hired by the firms Titan and CACI. Many of them have yet to be prosecuted or jailed like their military counterparts. Instead, a few may have their security clearances stripped away. That's it. Finally, I'd like to draw attention to a problem that greatly concerns me: the detection and treatment of psychological injuries of private military contractor employees. Psychological injuries caused by the stresses of war take many forms, including alcohol abuse, drug abuse, anxiety disorders, social phobias, PTSD, and commission of violent acts. The gold standard study on this question was mandated by Congress a decade after the end of the Vietnam War. It's called the National Vietnam Veterans Readjustment Study. One of the most important findings of the study was the likelihood of violent criminal behavior by veterans with a PTSD diagnosis and veterans who experience in wartime high stress. This study's investigators surveyed veterans for a number of violent acts they'd committed in the last year. Nearly one-fifth of the individuals with PTSD self-reported committing 13 or more violent acts in the last year. The studies also found a very high incidence of criminal behavior among veterans whose war experience was high stress. The implication is that the diagnosis of PTSD does not capture all those psychological injuries that can result in the commission of violent acts. Violence on such a scale implies criminal activity such as armed robbery, gang activity, and assaults. It's not confined to domestic violence. So finally, the detection and treatment of psychological injuries in both our uniformed personnel as well as the private military contractor employees is an important public health measure. We should care deeply about the health of the employees of private military contractors, about the people of Iraq that they work among, and the American society they return to. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. I'd like to just take care of business and make a motion of unanimous consent that Ms. Shan Sikowski, a former member of this subcommittee, a very active member of this subcommittee, who frankly has followed this issue, I think, particularly closely, be allowed to participate. She has made the mistake of going on to Energy and Commerce and wants to come back to this committee, at least for this hearing. Well, we welcome you, and without objection, you're more than welcome to participate. At this time, the chair would recognize the Vice Chairman of the committee, Mr. Marchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your leadership and foresight in holding this hearing.
Right, it's on. Lift it up.
The testimony today will enable us to more thoroughly understand the critical and constantly evolving nature of private security firms and their role in the war on terror, and more specifically in Iraq, and how they coordinate with the U.S. government and non-governmental organizations in providing security planning, and intelligence. I was very fortunate last July to participate in a trip to Iraq and witness firsthand the private security firm's action on the ground. To each of the witnesses today, I want to thank you for being here and providing us with your respective testimony on roles of the private security firms, their standards, their capabilities, coordination, recommendations, and codes of conduct as it relates to PSFs. I appreciate you being here to shed light on all the private security firms and their capability of accomplishment. I also appreciate your determination to work in concert with our forces and contractors on the ground. I believe each of us here today wants to see the security and intelligence concerns on the ground in Iraq addressed in the most efficient, logical, and effective way. Most importantly, I hope this hearing today will address how to improve our capabilities and coordination on the ground. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think the committee may be aware. I thank the gentleman. I think the committee may be aware we are going to have 3 votes. If we can hear from Mr. Waxman, the ranking member of the full committee, and then we'll come back and finish statements, and we'll try to give you all an idea of how long it'll be in case you want to just get something to eat or something. I apologize that you'd have to go through this process. Mr. Waxman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is this mic on? I guess it is. I appreciate you calling this hearing on private security contractors in Iraq. Most Americans would be amazed if they knew the role that private security forces are playing in Iraq. Earlier this year, the director of the Private Security Company Association of Iraq estimated that approximately 181 private security companies are working in Iraq with over 48,000 employees. That's more than 3 Army divisions. These private security guards protect federal officials, like former head of the Coalition Provisional Authority, Paul Bremer, and our current ambassador to Iraq, Zalmay Khalilzad, and they guard U.S. companies doing reconstruction work. They have become, in essence, an army for hire. They regularly engage in combat with insurgent forces, and like our brave troops, they too have lost their lives to hostile forces. There are many important questions Congress needs to ask about these security contractors. One fundamental issue is whether outsourcing what is essentially a military function, protecting U.S. officials and citizens from hostile attacks, is in our national interest. Another question is what rules apply to these private forces. When our troops commit crimes or atrocities, as happened at Abu Ghraib and appears to have happened at Haditha, there is a well-established body of law that governs their conduct and provides for military tribunals. But nothing like this exists when private contractors are hired as subcontractors to provide security services. They appear to be immune from Iraqi law, and they aren't subject to the Uniform Code of Military Justice. And a third key issue is what are the costs to the taxpayers? In my remarks today and in my questioning, I will focus on this last issue, the burdens being placed on the taxpayers. The cost of paying for an army of private security forces operating in Iraq is enormous, and it's one reason the reconstruction effort is failing. Rough estimates are that a quarter to a third of all reconstruction funding now goes to pay for security. When an Army sergeant provides a security detail, the taxpayers pay about $104 per day to cover his salary, housing, and subsistence. But when a private contractor is hired to provide the same services, he can be paid up to $1,000 a day, 10 times more. And due to tiering of security contracts, the final cost to the taxpayers may be far higher than $1,000 per day. I wrote to General Jerome Johnson of the Army Field Support Command about this issue on November 30th, 2004. we're here in June 2006. I raised the concern that under some contracts there appeared to be as many as 4 layers of subcontractors between the taxpayer and the individual actually providing the security services. As I explained in my letter, it appears that each contractor takes a cut of the profits, magnifying the cost to the taxpayer, but not offering anything of value. According to one account I cited, the final cost to the taxpayer could be inflated by 150% or more. I asked specifically for a cost accounting that showed how much each tier of a subcontractor was charging, but I also asked for copies of all the contract and subcontract documents to find out why this was happening, but the department would not provide the information. This is an intolerable situation. The Bush administration is spending literally billions of dollars on private security contracts in Iraq. Yet when I ask a basic question about how much of these services cost and whether the taxpayer is getting ripped off, I get stonewalled. Maybe we have a chart we can hold up just showing this example of tiering. We'll get that in a minute. Because this hearing is about this issue, as a member of the committee, I'm entitled to ask for a subpoena motion to get this information, because I think we're entitled to get the information. I've had a discussion with the chairman of the subcommittee. He feels, as I do, that the subcommittee and our committee is entitled to this information. I could offer that motion, but that's not my purpose. I want to engage the chairman in a colloquy. As I understand it, you agree that we should get this information. You will join me in a request for the information, and we will use the full powers of this committee, should that request not be granted in a reasonable period of time, to insist upon the information.
Well, my view is very clearly that when a committee requests this information, even when the minority requests it, there should be a response. There should be a clear indication of what can be provided and what won't be. My view is that this needs to be taken on by the full subcommittee. I will gladly help you get this information and join with you to get this information. And if we fail to get this information through the proper request in a very short period of time, then we would have to use the powers that are available to us to demand that information.
And that you would support that if necessary.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, I think that's an appropriate response, and one that I very much
also
welcome.
want to express that my disappointment that it has taken so long for this information to be provided.
Thank you. Well, we've learned that we need to insist on accountability, and for that reason I'm very pleased that you are calling this hearing today. I have other points I was going to make in my opening statement, but I will bring it in the questions, because I think there's a better path than the one we've been following.
I thank the gentleman. I am very sorry, but probably not until about 10 of, at least 15 of or 10 of. So you have 15 minutes clearly to be away from this committee, and maybe a little more. Thank you. We stand in recess. Will come to order. I again thank our witnesses and apologize for the delay. This is part of the process. I think this is an extraordinarily important hearing, and I think we're going to learn a lot of important information, so we do look forward to hearing from our witnesses. I think it's also important, though, that members state where they're coming from, and I hope the witnesses are listening so that they can incorporate comments they hear, whether in their statement and answers to questions. So I do think it's an important process both ways. At this time, the Chair would recognize my very good friend, Congressman Duncan.
Well, thank you very much. Is that on or off? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you once again for calling, as you said, what is a very important hearing. I have people waiting in my office, and I'm supposed to preside over the floor of the House shortly, so I don't know how much I'm going to be able to be here, but I did want to at least make a brief statement, and I'm having a pollen or allergy attack, so I think it will be brief, but I remember a year and a half or so ago when David Walker, who was then the Inspector General of the Defense Department, testified in front of this committee and said that the Defense Department had misspent or had lost to waste, fraud, and abuse $35 billion in Iraq, and that there was another $9 billion on top of that that had just been totally lost and couldn't be accounted for at all. And I think the reason that more people weren't horrified by that is that $44 billion is almost a figure so large that people just almost can't comprehend it. Now, what we have, you know, it may shock some people, but there's waste even in the Defense Department. And yet some conservatives seem to think at this point that we can't criticize that and that we have to give the Defense Department every single thing that they ask for, and we should never question any expenditure that they do. But some conservatives are getting to the point where we're wondering if this misadventure in Iraq is not more about money for defense contractors and others than it is about security. And I probably respect Chairman Shays more than anybody, or as much as anybody in this Congress, so I'll say real quickly, I know he does not agree with me on this, but William F. Buckley, the godfather of conservatism, he wrote in 2004 that if he had known in 2002 what he knew then in 2004, he would have opposed the war. And then last year he wrote this. He said, "A respect for the power of the United States is engendered by our success in engagements in which we take part." He said, "A point is reached when tenacity conveys not steadfastness of purpose, but misapplication of pride." And I think we've reached that point. And when as I read in the briefing by the staff on this hearing today, currently the Department of Defense, according to the Department of Defense, there are 60 private security companies operating in Iraq with approximately 25,000 personnel. However, a Baghdad-based association believes there may be more than 150 security firms with as many as 50,000 personnel. Well, I know that people down my way, and I come from a very conservative, very patriotic, very pro-military district, but they don't want to see money just wasted continuously. We're getting to the point with an $8.3 trillion national debt, which is headed up very high, that we're not going to be able to pay all of our military pensions and civil service pensions and our Social Security and Medicare and so forth in not too many years from now if we don't stop spending hundreds of billions of dollars in other countries for things like this. I heard a general at the Pentagon say that Al-Qaeda was now down to less than 3,000 troops and had no money. Yet we keep spending just ungodly sums over there, and then we find out that we don't even know exactly how many private security firms are operating in Iraq. And then I think people down my way would think that's kind of ridiculous that we don't know that. I think they would find it ridiculous that we're having to hire private firms to provide security for our troops, because they're in the business of, that's what their business is security. And then also they would find the most ridiculous of all is that we hire a foreign firm, a British firm, to provide security for our own military. And it says in one of these briefings, it says a British-owned security firm provides security for the Army Corps of Engineers, and that and in this article that was in the Washington Post 2 days ago, that they got $293 million, the largest contract over there. But I'm told also by staff that we don't know exactly how much money we have spent on private security contracts. And I don't know if that's the case or not, but somebody should be finding out. And so I'm glad you've called this hearing, but there's a lot of frustration out there about this whole deal. And yet, you know, on our side, and it seems that we can't say anything about it, and the other side has constituency, like, you know, if we said we were going to spend 10 times on public education what we are, the other side would immediately attack us and say that wasn't enough. We need to get past these constituencies and do what's right for the American taxpayers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman very much, and will just point out when members had left, Mr. Waxman had made a request that, and as I read this letter, it is not a credit to DOD that they received the letter November 30th, 2004, asking for basically the same kind of information, Mr. Duncan, you would want. And they received a letter back from Jerome Johnson, who it was sent to, the commander, U.S. Army Field Support Command, basically saying he had referred the letter, and this is dated December 21, 2004. He had referred the letter to the Office of Congressional Legislative Liaison. I just think it's very important for this committee to support that letter and that request for information, and so this will be made part of the record without objection, and the department will be very aware of what we're asking for. It was in your letter.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr. Chairman. I think you'll get more attention from them than obviously we did, and if we act together, we'll get the information that Congress is entitled.
Well, it's a matter of legislative responsibility, and we do need to work together on that. At this time, the chair would recognize Mr. Van Hollen, who has had the opportunity to visit my district and knows what a wonderful place it is.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is this mic on?
When the button is up, it's on.
When the button's up, it's on. All right. Well, and you have a wonderful district, Mr. Chairman. Let me just say, I think this is a very important hearing for us to have. If you remember the lead up to the Iraq War, Lawrence Lindsay, who was then the President's chief economic policy advisor, predicted that the war would cost between $100 and $200 billion. At that time, he was laughed at by other members of the administration, including people at OMB. They said, that's way too high. We can recall also then Deputy Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz saying, well, Iraqi oil revenues will easily be able to pay for the reconstruction phase and quickly. Well, we now know that both those, the Wolfowitz prediction was wrong, that the Lawrence Lindsay prediction, far from being too high, was too low, and the efforts in Iraq are costing hundreds of billions of dollars to the taxpayer. So it's important that we hold the people spending those monies accountable. As we've heard from others, we've already heard of millions of dollars that are wasted as a result of fraud, abuse, and other forms of waste. And so it's important that we have an opportunity now to look at one sector of spending, which is on the private security contractors. Now, in and of itself, there's nothing I don't think is intrinsically good or bad about having a private entity involved. It depends on what they're involved in and the rules under which they're operating. But it's clear that in Iraq, there have been failures and breakdowns in both those areas. I just want to draw attention to one example that was highlighted by GAO, the Government Accountability Office, independent nonpartisan agency, back in April 2005. They talked about how the Army was looking for interrogators, people to conduct interrogations. And rather than do that within the Army or within the existing military force, they decided to contract it out. Where did they go? To the Department of Interior. And through some complicating contracting procedures, they essentially contracted out to a private vendor interrogation. And the GAO found, and I'm just quoting from their report there, that because the officials at Interior and the Army responsible for the orders did not fully carry out their roles and responsibilities, the contractor was allowed to play a role in the procurement process normally performed by the government. In other words, the federal government essentially turned over the responsibilities, governmental responsibilities, to a private contractor. That is wrong. That's an abuse of the responsibility of the federal government. It leads to bad results. We need to make sure we have procedures in place for proper oversight. If you're contracting out to any private entity, you need to have oversight so that the final decision-making authority is somebody who is essentially responsible ultimately to the public. That's one issue. The other issue, there's some things, in my view, that are intrinsically governmental functions, like interrogations, and just should not be contracted out. We don't want to contract out all our military operations. So there are a number of very important issues on the table. I hope we'll get to the bottom of it. Mr. Waxman raised some issues about what rules apply. to contractors, there are two sides to that coin. I mean, for the contractor's own protection in some cases, you want to know whether there are rules that make sure that if something happens to them, that they have recourse to a judicial process. At the same time, if they do something wrong in Iraq, it's important that the same rules apply so that the people who have been wronged by them have recourse to judicial process. Two sides to the coin. And right now, I think this is an area that's been out of control, improper oversight. We've seen waste of billions of dollars, I think hundreds of millions of dollars in Iraq, and the lack of oversight over private contractors has been a big, big part of the problem. And I think it's characteristic of the overall lack of competence with which the war in Iraq has been conducted. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. At this time, the chair would recognize Ms. Schakowsky. Welcome, and nice to have your participation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really do appreciate your allowing me to participate, not just sit in, but participate in this hearing. And I thank Ranking Member Kucinich and the Ranking Member on the full committee, Mr. Waxman, as well. Over the past decade, private military contractors, or PMCs, have become a key factor in U.S. military operations. U.S. military logistics, combat assistance, and security services are increasingly outsourced to private entities. Civilians have taken on many of the responsibilities and duties once performed exclusively by uniformed personnel. As a result, today, advancement of key U.S. foreign policy goals relies far more on private non-state actors than at any time in American history. Regulating the responsibilities and accountability of taxpayer-funded private actors on the international stage is one of the most important policy challenges that the Congress needs to address in regards to our foreign policy. Yet while the PMC trend is having a profound impact on the planning and conduct of modern warfare, there has been almost no scrutiny and less oversight in regulating the U.S. PMC relationship. In fact, when I offered an amendment to the FY07 Defense Authorization Bill that would help provide better congressional oversight on military contractors in Iraq and Afghanistan, the Republican majority refused to allow me to include language asking for the number of contracts in existence, the total cost of these contracts, the total number of contractors in Iraq and Afghanistan, the number of dead and wounded contractors, a report on the laws that might have been broken by contractors, a list of disciplinary actions taken against contractors, copy of contracts issued in excess of $100 million. None of those became part of the law. That Chairman Shays and Ranking Member on the committee, Mr. Waxman, have to estimate the number of contractors there are serving right now in Iraq is absurd. These are taxpayer dollars. We are funding those, and that we don't know how many even that there are is, I think, a dereliction of our duty. The Bush administration's support for the privatization of government functions, coupled with the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, has accelerated the demands for private security services. Contractors, we know, compose the second largest force in Iraq after the U.S. military, and to date, more military contractors have been killed in Iraq than non-U.S. coalition soldiers, we think. We can all acknowledge that military contractors require the same stringent accountability and oversight standards as the U.S. military. After all, private contractors often serve side by side with our brave troops, and these same United States troops are often tasked to protect our contractors who are paid with billions of U.S. taxpayer dollars. Several high-profile scandals have exposed the challenges we face with PMCs. Contractors have been implicated in financial, legal, and human rights abuses, including illicit trade, drugs, prostitution rings, allegations of fraud, human rights abuses, and worst of all, unprovoked civilian deaths. These events have highlighted the challenges that arise when non-state actors are employed in active war zones and are not sufficiently regulated, or when enforcement of existing laws remains weak. The private military contractor business is the war business, and for-profit companies may not share the same mission-based goals as the U.S. military. They are in business for profit. As the Iraq experience makes clear, a more transparent framework for monitoring and regulation of contractors is urgently needed. I want to thank the Government, thank you. how old-fashioned am I? The Government Accountability Office for the scrutiny that it is given, but you've asked more questions than we've gotten answers for, and I hope this hearing today will shed more light on the questions that you've raised and the questions that I've been persistently asking. So I thank you very much.
I thank her, gentlelady, very much, and we appreciate having her expertise that will help our committee get the work done that we need to. I'm just going to make this point that what we asked the witnesses to do today is to talk about PSF, private security firms, basically bodyguard work type work, what I would call Secret Service type work. So we have not made the request from these groups to focus on private military contractors, which can be beyond that. But members are free to ask any question they want, but in terms of the expertise that we've asked to be presented today, and it's possible that we would broaden it to go beyond the private security firms in our work. Let me welcome our witnesses. First, let me take care of some business that we need to do. I ask unanimous consent that all members of the subcommittee be permitted to place an opening statement in the record, and that the record remain open for 3 days for that purpose. And without objection, so order. I ask further unanimous consent that all witnesses be permitted to include their written statements in the record, and without objection, so ordered. At this time, the chair would recognize our 4 panelists. If there's anyone else that you may turn to respond to a question, we will ask you to ask them to stand up and be sworn in so we don't have to do it more than once. We have Mr. William M. Solis, Director, Defense Capabilities and Management, Government Accountability Office, referred to as GAO. We have Mr. Shea, without an S, Assad, Director, Defense Procurement and Acquisition Policy, Department of Defense. We have Mr. Greg Starr, Deputy Assistant Secretary, Bureau of Diplomatic Security, Department of State. We have Mr. James Kunder, Assistant Administrator for the Near Far East and Africa, U.S. Agency for International Development. As you, I think, know, we do swear our witnesses in, and would ask you to stand at this time. Is there anyone that you would suggest be sworn in as well? Anyone else? No one you might have to turn to? Okay. Raising your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give before the subcommittee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Note for the record, our witnesses have responded in the affirmative. What we do in this committee is we request that you be 5 minutes, but we let you roll over beyond that. So we'd prefer that your statement be what you want it to be, but obviously not to be more than 10, but preferred closer to 5. But whatever, we appreciate you being here, Mr. Solis. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
That's correct.
Usually when my staff tells me how to pronounce the name, they get it wrong, and so my new colleague has got it perfect. Okay, Mr. Solis.
Chairman Shays, Ranking Member Kucinich.
The mic needs to be, the button needs to be up. We have new mics here for some reason. And
Okay. All right, I believe I'm on now.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman Shays, Ranking Member Kucinich, and members of the subcommittee. Pleased to be here to discuss the use of private security providers by U.S. government agencies and contractors that are helping to rebuild Iraq. It's the first time that the United States has depended on contractors to provide such extensive security in a hostile environment, although it has previously contracted for more limited security services in Afghanistan, Bosnia, and elsewhere. Today, my testimony will follow up on some of the issues we raised in our 2005 report on private security providers, as well as our preliminary observations from an ongoing engagement on the processes used to screen their employees. Specifically, I'll address 3 main points: the extent to which coordination between the U.S. military and private security providers has improved since our 2005 report, the ability of private security providers and DoD to conduct comprehensive background screenings of their employees, and the extent to which U.S. or international standards exist for establishing security provider and employee qualifications. With regard to my first point, we reported in July 2005 that coordination between the U.S. military and private security providers had improved since the establishment of the Reconstruction Operations Center in October 2004. However, military officials we recently met with in Iraq and those that have recently returned from Iraq indicate that coordination is still a problem. For example, private security providers are still entering the battle space without coordinating with the U.S. military, putting both the military and security providers at a greater risk for injury. And U.S. military units are still not being trained on operating procedures of private security providers in Iraq and the role of the Reconstruction Operations Center. In our 2005 report, we recommended that a pre-deployment training program would help address the coordination issue. DoD agreed with our recommendation but has not issued any guidance or conducted any training in regard to working with or coordinating with private security providers on the battlefield. Regarding my second point, our preliminary observations suggest that private security providers and DoD have difficulty conducting comprehensive background screening when data are missing or inaccessible. When doing background checks of those living in the United States, private security providers use public information available at the county, state, or federal level. They also search criminal information repositories and commercial databases such as those that collect information on incarcerations. None of these types of searches, however, guarantees a comprehensive background check. Additionally, screening host nation, third country national employees can be difficult because of inaccurate or unavailable records in some of these countries. In addition, officials from some background screening firms told us that foreign laws restrict access to some criminal records. Finally, DoD's biometric screening of most non-U.S. contractors, including employees of private security providers accessing U.S. installation in Iraq, is not as effective as it could be because the databases used to screen contractor employees include only limited international data. My third and last point is that no U.S. or international standards exist for establishing private security provider or employee qualifications. As we reported in our 2005 report, reconstruction contractors had difficulty hiring suitable security providers. For example, we found that contractors replaced their security providers on 5 of the 8 reconstruction contracts awarded in 2003 that we reviewed. Contractor officials attributed this turnover to various factors, including their lack of knowledge of the security market and potential security providers, and the absence of useful agency guidance. Consequently, we recommended that agencies explore options that would enable contractors to obtain such services quickly and efficiently. Such options could include identifying minimum standards for private security personnel qualifications, identifying training requirements and the key performance characteristics that these personnel should possess, establishing qualified vendor lists, or establishing contracting vehicles which contractors could be authorized to use. The State Department disagreed with our recommendations, citing concerns that government could be held liable for performance failures. State determined that they could best assist contractors by providing information on industry best practices and other security-related material. As we stated in our 2005 report, given the significance of contractors in achieving reconstruction objectives and the mixed results they encountered when selecting their security providers, thoroughly exploring potential options to assist contractors in obtaining these services quickly and efficiently would be prudent. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my oral statement. I'll be happy to answer any questions you or the members of the subcommittee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Solis. Mr. Assad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Shea.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. These mics need to be brought pretty close to you and put down low enough to pick up your voice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Shays, members of the committee, Madam Congresswoman, I am Shea Assad, and I serve as the Director of Defense Procurement and Acquisition Policy in the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition, Technology, and Logistics. Prior to taking this position in April, I was the Assistant Deputy Commandant for Installation and Logistics and Contracting. I was the Senior Contracting Official in the United States Marine Corps. To give you a little background, I spent 25 years in industry, serving in a number of operational and staff capacities, primarily with Raytheon Company. My experience includes serving as a Senior Vice President of Contracts. I was President and Chief Operating Officer of a major operating division, and I was lastly an Executive Vice President, Chairman, and CEO of one of their major operating companies. I'm a graduate of the Naval Academy, and I started my career off as a naval officer serving 2 tours on Navy destroyers and lastly as a Navy procurement officer at the Naval Sea Systems Command. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to participate in today's discussion on private security firms. I would like to take a moment to thank the committee for its support of our troops and all you have done to help with their mission. I would also like to thank the men and women who serve our great country. When I say men and women, I mean our military, our government civilian, our coalition and industry partners. None of us could get the job done without the other. I am continuously impressed with the cooperation among all those contributing to the mission under very adverse conditions in Iraq and Afghanistan, as well as other operating locations around the world, and I'm committed to doing what I can to assist them. Mr. Chairman, our industry partners provide essential support to the deployed military forces that enables our forces to focus on their core mission. The Department of Defense Acquisition Team strives to provide our warfighter the support they need, consistent with responsible management and stewardship to our taxpayers. We strive to effect timely acquisition planning, contract execution, and responsible contract management oversight in order to provide our warfighters the contract support they need to accomplish their mission. We're doing everything it takes to make our soldiers, Marines, airmen, and sailors and ensure that they are provided with the safest, most dependable, and highest performing equipment available within fiscal constraints, together with the logistics and material support necessary to ensure performance whenever and wherever it's needed. We will continue to work every day to improve the service that we provide our men and women in the armed services. I know your invitation letter had asked General Webster to respond to specific questions based on his personal experience. I cannot speak for General Webster, but I can tell you from an acquisition and contracting point of view, my focus with regard to activities in Iraq primarily rests with supporting Major General Darrell Scott, United States Air Force, the commander of the Joint Contracting Command. In addition, I support a number of other contracting agencies, such as the Defense Contract Management Agency, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and the Gulf Region Division. These men and women are doing great work under some very trying conditions. You had asked about the roles and missions of private security firms operating in Iraq. The activities of private security firms include, but are not limited to, protective security details for government employees and dignitaries, site protection of buildings and other facilities, and operational staff work that directly support reconstruction and relief operations in a complex contingency. You asked what policy directives apply to provide security firms on the battlefield. The governing DoD policy is found in DoD Instruction 3020.41, entitled Contractor Personnel Authorized to Accompany the U.S. Armed Forces. This instruction establishes and implements policy and guidance, assigns responsibilities, and serves as a comprehensive roadmap of policies and procedures concerning DoD contractor personnel authorized to accompany our forces. Chapter 6, in particular, addresses armed contractors. There are also various other service regulations that cover the use of armed contractors. The Army has prepared a CONUS guide for supporting contingencies within the United States and supporting overseas contingencies from CONUS locations, as well as a guidebook for OCONUS contingency contracting. The committee has also asked what standards private security firms are required to meet before being employed by the Department of Defense. First, there are general standards of responsibility that apply to all firms entering into a contract with DoD. These are specified in the Federal and Defense Acquisition Regulations, as well as specific agency regulations. More specific to armed contractors, DoD Instruction 3020.41 prescribes standards that apply to contractor employees to include medical standards, background checks, contractor direction and discipline, as well as country entry requirements. The committee has also asked what types of training security firms provide their employees before being assigned to the battlefield environment. I cannot speak for any particular company with regard to the types of training that particular company would provide. That would have to be answered by that company. I believe, however, that specific training required of such firms would depend upon the nature of the security provided and upon the individual contract statement of work. For example, training for a company that is hired to provide protective security details to senior leaders would be very different from a company hired to provide static security such as gate guards. Some standard training for all armed contractors is described in Chapter 6 of DoD 3020.41. Other standards for training can be found in DoD Handbook 2000.12, the protection of DoD personnel and activities against acts of terrorism and political turbulence. However, any requirement to train according to these standards, as well as any other mission-specific training, should normally be included in the statement of work for a particular contract. In closing, Mr. Chairman, I thank you and the members of the committee for your interest in our efforts, and I will be happy to answer any questions that I can that you may have for me. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Assad. Mr. Starr, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, thank you for giving me the opportunity to present a short opening statement on the subject of private security firms and our ongoing operations in Iraq. Your letter to the Secretary requesting our appearance also included 6 specific questions. I'll address the questions briefly in this presentation, and we will provide you with a more complete written response for the record by the end of this week. The Department of State diplomatic mission in Iraq was reestablished in July 2004. Diplomatic security crafted a comprehensive set of security programs to meet the high level of threat in this theater of operation. The programs were a combination of physical and technical security upgrades at our facilities, procedural security regulations, and close personal protection operations for off-compound requirements. Staffing for security programs in Iraq includes nearly 50 diplomatic security special agents, Marine security guards, approximately 1,500 third-country national local guards, hundreds of U.S. coalition troops protecting the international zone and regional embassy offices, and nearly 1,500 highly trained contract personal security specialists. The security specialists in this latter category, referred to in the GAO report as private security providers, have been critical to our efforts to create a safe environment for our U.S. mission personnel. This effort has not been without great cost and personal tragedy. We're all aware of the number of U.S. military personnel who have lost their lives or who have been seriously injured in this effort, and we honor their memory. In connection with programs conducted by U.S. agencies under Chief of Mission Operations, we have lost 119 civilians, including direct hire employees and contractors. Diplomatic security has lost 2 special agents and 23 contract personnel security specialists killed in action in Iraq since July 2004. 6 other contract personnel security specialists have lost their lives in our service in Afghanistan and Gaza. These men and women and their family have paid the highest price in support of our efforts, so it is with the utmost respect that I'm here today to brief you and answer your questions relating to these companies who provide us with these fine Americans. The Department of State primarily utilizes private security firms in Iraq for 2 major functions. The first is static guard services at our facilities. These contract security operations are similar to local guard contract programs we utilize at our embassies, consulates.
Just suspend for 1 second. We're going to have 2 recorded votes. If we only had 1, I would send 1 member out now so we could just keep rolling. But we will go for another 10 minutes and we'll hear your statements. Thank you, Mr. Starr.
Not a problem.
Keep going.
As I say, we use the private security firms for 2 primary functions. One is the local guard programs, and we utilize these typically at our embassies and consulates and residences around the world. The second contracted functions are private security companies providing personnel security details and security escorts. When the U.S. Embassy was activated in July 2004, we found a number of CPA contracts for personal security services in place. As the GAO report pointed out, they varied in capabilities, costs, and level of training. We worked to immediately reduce the number of different contractors and imposed uniform standards for operations. Individual contracts were superseded by using our worldwide personal protective security contract. This is a competitively bid contract for personal security services with multiple awardees. These contractors operate in very dangerous environments, and their actions, equipment, and methods of operations are specified in our contract requirements. Rules of engagement developed by the embassy and approved by the Chief of Mission and Diplomatic Security govern their use of deadly force. The companies also operate under our contract guidelines, but since the establishment of Iraqi sovereignty, have also complied with Iraqi legal requirements to register their companies with the appropriate ministry. Diplomatic security has carefully crafted very high standard these companies must meet in order to effectively compete and win awards. The personnel these companies must provide must also meet high standards and be capable of attaining a security clearance. Fitness, previous experience, integrity, and the ability to meet security criteria add up to a very selective personnel screening process. High training standards are another important factor demanded by our contract. We prescribe the course criteria, vet the training facilities as well as the instructors, and monitor our contractors to ensure that these security specialists are trained to counter the dangers that they will face in these high-threat environments. Feedback from on-the-ground operations is incorporated into training regimens and to provide replacements with the most up-to-date information on tactics and techniques. Overall, because of the high standards we set, insistence on high-caliber training, and close oversight and management of the contract, both on the ground in Iraq and in headquarters, we've achieved a very high degree of capability in a short period of time with few problems. The services we provide are primarily for the protection of U.S. government employees and staff. We do not provide security services for private companies, non-governmental organizations, or implementation partners. However, we are willing to share our contract requirements with those organizations supporting our effort through the Overseas Security Advisory Council, or OSAC, either domestically or in Iraq. In closing, I'd like to say that our ability to provide protective operations on the scale required in this environment would not have been possible without using private security contractors. The number of personnel security specialists we utilize in Iraq alone is more than all the diplomatic security agents we have globally. We could not have trained and hired new agents to meet this requirement as rapidly as the contractors met the requirement, even if we had the funding and FTE available. Meeting this relatively short duration requirement using competitively bid contractors, along with establishing high standards and requirements, is the best possible solution for these circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Starr. We're going to finish with you, Mr. Kunder, and then we're going to start with Mr. Marchant and ask questions when we get back. But you'll finish up before we adjourn.
I'll be very brief, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to appear here today.
Make your statement as you need to.
Pardon me, sir?
Make your statement as you need to. Don't worry about what I just said. You just make your statement.
Essentially, I'll summarize briefly what I said in my statement. What I tried to do, Mr. Chairman, is take this opportunity to provide a little context on why we're using security personnel and the various arrangements that actually take place in the field when we're doing a reconstruction effort. If you take a situation where the U.S. foreign aid program is taking U.S. taxpayer dollars, say, to build a health clinic somewhere where we're going to immunize children, what we would normally expect to do is send our personnel out to look at the site ahead of time, make sure it's not a swamp, talk to the local villagers, make sure it's the place where they want the health center, where it'll be useful to them, and then to make sure that the construction takes place appropriately and that any medical supplies provided are used appropriately, not stolen, and so forth. So all that requires a lot of trips by U.S. government personnel or our partners, contractors or NGO partners, to get out to the site. What I find in those circumstances is that while we're talking about personal security firms here, what we've tried to do is adapt a number of techniques to make sure that U.S. taxpayer dollars are spent wisely. In some cases, that means using our local employees. For example, in Iraq, we have more than 100 Iraqi professionals who often are able to blend in more effectively and get out and take a look at these project sites. In the West Bank in Gaza, we're using television cameras to make sure that construction is done correctly and efficiently in areas where we can't move. We're obviously using armored vehicles. Sometimes we count on U.S. military patrols. So just to put some context for the committee, we're trying to use a range of cost-effective techniques. Hiring of security personnel is not always the first option that we would take to make sure taxpayer dollars are spent effectively. The second point I try to make in my testimony has to do with the range of relationships, the range of security relationships that take place in the field. Because if you're going to get into discussions of regulation and so forth, I think it's important to understand the range of relationships that we're dealing with. While Iraq and Afghanistan are coalition environments, most of the operations we've been engaged in reconstruction in over the last several decades have tended to be peacekeeping operations, whether it's Haiti, Bosnia, Somalia, and so forth. In those situations, we tend to rely more extensively on military forces, peacekeeping forces. On the far extreme, some of our NGO partners, even those operating in Iraq, do not use foreign personnel at all. They hire either local security or attempt to operate below the radar screen, essentially, so they're not visible. They use either Iraqi Americans or Jordanians or other employees. And so there are a range of relationships between service providers and security firms that take place in the field. Very briefly, since several members have talked about cost, we are spending probably about, on average, 22% of the money that we're spending on programs for security purposes. Am I breaking up? And that money, frankly, we're not at all apologetic at USAID about the expenditure of those monies. If I'm trying to immunize 4,000 children against measles at a health center, and if medieval sadists are willing to blow up the people immunizing the children and the children who are lined up, I essentially have two choices. Either I can immunize 3,000 children and spend the other 25% for security purposes, or I can give up and not immunize any children. Clearly, I would prefer, and I'm sure the committee would prefer, and I think every U.S. taxpayer would prefer, that I spend 100% of the money and immunize all 4,000 children. But the reality of the circumstances in which we're dealing is that we have to pay these security costs in order to deliver the services that we're asked by the Congress to deliver under the Foreign Assistance Act. These are the kind of contextual issues I tried to summarize in my hearing, and in my statement. I'm more than glad to answer any questions the committee has. Thank you, sir.
I thank all four of you gentlemen. I think you really have put into play a good opportunity for the committee to ask questions. I think we have a range of expertise at our panel, and I thank you for that. And as someone who's been to Iraq 12 times, I just want to say I'm deeply impressed with the work of so many of the folks who provide security. So I will be interested in your responses to questions. I'll first be interested in the questions my colleagues ask and your response to them. Regretfully, we have 2 votes. I didn't estimate its time very well last time, but we have 2 votes, not 3. We'll be here probably a little after 4, sorry. Is that right? Yeah, thank you. So we stand at recess, and we'll get right back here. I hope all the members can come back and participate. This hearing is called to order. Again, apologies for having to recess for a little bit for votes. We'll start with Mr. Waxman, and I'll have questions. I prefer to ask mine towards the end. So, Mr. Waxman, you have the floor. I think we will do a 10-minute round. So, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Assad, as you know, last year GAO issued a report concluding that the Defense Department could not adequately determine how much it was spending on contractor security services. To address this deficiency, GAO recommended that the Defense Department track contractor security costs, and the Pentagon agreed to do this. In order to gauge the Pentagon's progress over the past year, I want to focus today on just a single contract, the biggest contract in Iraq, which is the LOGCAP, the Army's contract for meals, housing, and other logistical support for the troops. Halliburton currently has this contract, which is now worth about $15 billion in Iraq alone. What I'd like to know is this: how much of this $15 billion in LOGCAP funding went to pay for private security contractors? I don't think your
mic's on.
Sir, Mr. Congressman, unfortunately, I don't have those details, but I will be happy to get that information for you and take it as a question for the record, sir.
The Pentagon letter concurring with the GAO recommendations was signed by your office on July 19, 2005. And your letter says, quote, the Department of Defense will collect readily available data on incurred security costs under existing contracts, end quote. Those are the department's words. This is a year later. Is it that you don't know how much U.S. taxpayers are spending for security under the biggest contract in Iraq, or you just don't have it with you today?
I just don't have that information with me today, Mr. Congressman.
And didn't you think this might be asked?
On the log cap contract?
Yeah.
No, I didn't, sir.
I'd like to put up a chart, if I might. According to the investigative reports, security costs under Halliburton's log cap contract have spawned multiple layers of subcontractors, all taking their cuts in successive rounds of markup. Let me walk through this. According to the contract documents cited, the individual employee performing security services under this contract earned $600 a day, or $180,000 a year. Blackwater USA, the company that employed this person, then tacked on a 36% markup. In addition to this amount, Blackwater also separately billed for all of its overhead and costs, including insurance, room, board, travel, weapons, vehicles, office space, administrative support, and taxes. But it didn't end here. Blackwater was a subcontractor to a Kuwaiti company called Regency Hotel, reportedly run by a retired U.S. Army officer. Regency was apparently billing up to $1,500 a day for that same single employee. But Regency was still not the top level. Regency was a subcontractor to a German company named ESS. We don't know how much ESS charged, but we do know that ESS was a subcontractor to Halliburton. And we also know that Halliburton's contract with the Army guarantees that its costs will be fully reimbursed. So the contract, as we can see this layering of contracts here, guarantees Halliburton a fee of 1% of those costs, along with an opportunity for an additional 2% in award fees. So if this information is correct, the bottom line is that the U.S. taxpayer is paying hugely inflated prices for these services. Mr. Assad, do you know whether this report is true? Are there really 5 tiers of contractors?
I do not, sir, but I will find out.
If we can cut to the bottom line, the biggest unknown here is the total amount of markup. How much does Halliburton charge the American people for this $600 a day employee?
Mr. Congressman, I don't have that answer, but I definitely will look into it.
Okay. Well, I'm asking not a new question. I raised these in a letter to General Jerome Johnson of the Army Field Support Command on November 30, 2004. He wrote back saying that the Office of Secretary of Defense would provide a formal response. The Defense Department has now had over a year and a half to answer these basic questions, and the only conclusion I can draw is that there is a concerted effort to keep Congress and the American public in the dark, and since we're the people who pay the bills, that's simply not acceptable. This goes to the questions that the chairman of the subcommittee is joining with me in asking, and we would like that information to be provided for us.
Would the gentleman just yield a second?
Certainly.
Mr. Assad, in terms of looking into it, what we would want is a response in writing to these questions that the chairman has asked.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
And that could be provided in the next 2 weeks?
I will make every attempt to do that, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Assad, I'd like to ask why the Defense Department has not provided private security contractors with greater assistance and guidance. In testimony later this afternoon, the subcommittee will hear from an official from the Professional Services Council. This is the leading national trade association for companies that provide professional and technical services to the federal government, including security services. In its testimony, the Professional Services Council says that they recommended back in March of 2003 that the Defense Department take one of three actions. One, set standards for private security firms operating in Iraq. Two, establish a qualified list of firms. Or three, directly contract for security services and have reconstruction contractors reimburse the government. But the Defense Department failed to take action on any of these recommendations. Why was that the case?
Sir, I can't answer to what you may have heard from the Professional Services Council, but I can tell you that in a number of our contracts now that are being issued at Joint Contracting Command, there are several provisions which we're including in those contracts that address the matters that you're talking about. Our contracts include DoD Instruction 3020.41, which lays out requirements for medical, lays out training requirements, lays out firearm requirements. We include DoD Instruction 5525.11. We now require DD Form 2760, which is an arms qualifications form and training form that we require. We require each employee to sign in writing that he or she is complying with those training responsibilities and conditions with regard to firearms. And while I know we can improve, and there certainly is room for improvement, sir, I won't deny that, we are making an attempt to make it clearer for our contractors to understand what their requirements are, what their qualification requirements are, what the training requirements are, and we will continue to do that, sir.
Let me ask Mr. Solis, is this adequate? GAO made the same recommendations in your report, and GAO recommended that the Defense Department explore minimum standards for private security companies, a qualified vendor list, a bigger government contract for security services that could be reimbursed by construction contractors. I assume that's right, and do you feel this is adequate enough to meet that request?
It may, but it may, but it's not clear to me when we talk about the instruction that Mr. San is talking about is that I think refers to contractors that are accompanying the force. I'm not sure that directive would necessarily apply or be applicable to private security contractors. It does lay out some aspects of the role of the military in respect to contractors that deploy with the force, for example, like contractors who repair vehicles and things of that nature, but it's not clear to me whether that will satisfy the requirement for private security.
Private security. Couldn't the Pentagon's lawyers have placed qualifications on the list to make clear that they weren't not endorsing any specific company, and in that way at least let a contractor who was looking for security protection to hire one of the authorized private security contractors?
Well, actually, what we said in our recommendation, I believe, was that they need to, not only just DOD, but state and aid, to explore different options in terms of setting these kinds of standards. And we laid out different qualified vendor lists, different contracting vehicles, I believe, and so that they could explore different options without necessarily being prescriptive about what they should do because of the environment that was out there.
Mr. Solis, let me just conclude by asking what impact the Department's lack of action on these recommendations that you, GAO, had made. In your report, you discuss conversations you had with the contractors themselves, and you find that the contractors believed that they could have used the additional information and the additional guidance that you were recommending. How could the Defense Department have helped private security contractors to do their jobs better, and how would that in turn have helped the government do its job better?
Well, I think there's some potential, and again, we haven't looked at what they're currently doing, but until that's corrected, there still could be some potential vulnerabilities with the type of contractor and the qualifications of those contractors, and until that's squared away, there may be some issues there.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
At this time, the chair would recognize Mr. Duncan.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'll be brief, and I wasn't able to be here because of other meetings for most of the testimony, but I did I did refer earlier to this staff memo which says that there are 60 private security companies operating in Iraq, but with 25,000 employees, but that a Baghdad-based association says there may be more than 150 private security firms with as many as 50,000 personnel. Did we clear that up? Can anybody help me on that? Do we know how many firms there are and how many personnel we're talking about?
No, sir.
No.
Not,
Excuse me,
not in the aggregate.
we need nice, loud answers just so the recorder can record them. So the question is, again,
Well, the question was, it comes from the staff briefing. I think everybody understood the question, and that is I just would like to know if we know whether this is right or wrong, the staff memo that says that some people say there's 50 private firms with 25,000 employees, and others say there's 100, maybe more than 150 private security firms with as many as 50,000 personnel. And I'm just asking, did anybody clear that up in their testimony while I was away in my other meetings? But apparently not, because everybody's, I'll just say for the record,
Sir,
everybody's
Mr. Duncan,
shaking their head
no, we did not answer that question specifically. I just would like to make one observation. One of the issues is not just a data collection issue, but it's a definitional issue, because as the GAO report says, security in Iraq means a whole bunch of things. It means security for static positions. It means security for convoys. It means private security details for individual senior officials, and so on and so forth. And that means that some of our firms hire Iraqi subcontractors from other countries, and what you end up with is a broad array of security firms across the country, some of whom are Iraqi providing local security, some of whom are Nepalese or Colombian firms. And so what you've got is a broad array of firms. And my answer would be that part of the definitional issue, or the reason some people are using different numbers, is they're defining the pool differently.
could the gentleman yield?
Yes, sure.
I think this is, kind of like when I was doing my statement and I said between this number and this number, I was kind of embarrassed to have to make that statement. And so I would like, on the gentleman's time, and I'll be happy to give him my time too, I'd like each of you to tell me, do you know how many security guards we have in Iraq? From you, Mr. Solis, to you, Mr. Saad, to Mr. Starr, to Mr. Kunder.
I cannot give you an exact answer. There is none. None that there's only estimates from what we've been able to get.
Sir, I can't give you an answer. I can tell you that approximately through contracts that we've awarded out of the Joint Contracting Command, there are 3,400 private security contractors that we've contracted for through the Joint Contracting Command. I can't speak for the Department of State. I can't speak, obviously, for AID, and that does not include contracts for other work where contractors themselves would go off and subcontract for private security contractors. That's just the contractors that we would award to.
Mr. Starr and Mr. Kunder, would you just...
Mr. Chairman, I can tell you how many contractors the Department of State has. I can tell you what the companies are, and we can tell you how much it is and how many they are. But like my colleague, Mr. Jim Kunder, has said, I don't think we could give you an accurate number of how many other contracts are out there in support of non-governmental organizations.
Mr. Kunder, is that your answer?
If you want to define the term, I'm not playing games. I'm quite serious. If we can say on a given date, because we're constantly changing what we're doing in Iraq in response to the situation on the ground, but if we can specify the date and a definition of what you mean by international or local, I can tell you exactly how many firms we had at any given time. Yes, sir.
I'm just going to thank the gentleman for yielding to me. I happen to be a big supporter of private security forces, but I am pretty surprised that we can't do it and give the number, because they're basically all paid by the government. And it's just surprising to me that we can't have, that there's not one person who says this is what we're spending. I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me ask this. This Washington Post story that came out 2 days ago said that this British firm, Aegis Defense Services, got a $293 million security contract. Is that the only contract that company got? Can anybody tell me the answer to that? Does anybody know the answer to that?
Sir, I don't know if that's the only contract they got. No, sir.
Does anybody know how much total? We've determined we can't tell the number of employees, but can anybody tell me or give me a rough guess as to if one contract was for almost $300 million? Can anybody tell me a rough guess of how many billions I assume that we've spent on private security contracts total from all the departments and agencies of the government total in Iraq? Just out of curiosity.
I can say so. We divide the way we spend the money appropriated by the Congress into operating expenses, that is to say our own staff, putting them on the ground, feeding them, and so forth. We've spent approximately $309 million since the beginning of operations. This is staff salaries, staff housing, and so forth. And about $105 million has gone to security costs, or about 1/3 of the total. If you go to the other way we account for taxpayers' dollars, which is the program, that is to say building schools, building clinics, building roads, building sewage treatment plants, we've spent about obligated about $5.1 billion of the IRF funds, and we estimate that 22%, or say a little bit under $1 billion, has gone for security costs. I can get you the precise numbers if you want.
But you're speaking now just for the Agency for International Development, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Congressman, if I could just add, one of the recommendations that we did make was, for the agencies to track these costs better down to the subcontractor level, and I think therein lies the problem in trying to get an answer to your question. I think the state and aid have committed to, and for future contracts, to begin tracking those kinds of costs. And we had some initial estimates when we did our report based on some of the contracts that we had. But I think the problem that we ran into is that you could not track these costs, particularly down to the subcontractor level. But I believe state and aid are making some adjustments and going to begin to track those costs for new contracts.
Well, let me just say this. One of the most famous quotes of all time was in President Eisenhower's farewell speech when he said, when he warned us against the military-industrial complex. And I'm convinced that he would be shocked at how far we've gone down that path. And the International Herald Tribune had an article back a couple of years ago, and they called it the revolving door at the Pentagon. All the defense contractors hire all the admirals and generals. And then they come back and they get from their friends and their buddies these sweetheart deals. And, and then we see things like this chart that Mr. Waxman came up with, paying some former military officer who I guess had a friend in high places $1,200 to $1,500 a day for the hotel. I mean, these things would shock my constituents. And I don't see how anybody could call themselves, legitimately call themselves a fiscal conservative or a conservative Republican if they're not just horrified by things like are on this chart. It's just getting ridiculous. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'm wondering if the gentleman would yield me the balance of his time.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Solis, tell me how we would sort this equation out. I mean, each has their own responsibility. DOD is funding its folks, and you have State Department funding its folks. But walk me through, and you have the USAID funding its folks. But walk me through what would be involved and why we wouldn't want to be able to get this information fairly quickly.
Well, again, I think when we went back and started looking at particular...
Excuse me, let me just interrupt. I'm just taking the balance of his time. Correct. Okay, yes.
Again, starting when we went back and started looking at individual contracts, we could only go so far in looking at what those contracts in terms of where the money was being spent for security contracts.
Are most of these contracts cost plus?
I think it's cost plus and fixed from what I understand.
But I mean, in other words, when the private contractor, and I have no problem with them making sure that their folks are protected and making sure that they hire security people to protect them. But what I'm asking is, it seems a logical thing for us to know how much we're spending on security and how much people are being paid. And so what I'm asking is, help us sort out how we would go about doing that, or how DOD, or is it the fact that we have two basic departments involved in this that makes it more difficult? I mean, tell me.
I don't know that it's because you got 2, 3, or 4, whatever number of departments that are involved with here. Again, when we started looking at where security, what the totality of the security costs were, for example, when a subcontractor might have a bill for whatever services they had, there only might be an invoice for whatever they were doing, say for reconstruction, but it also had buried in there somewhere security costs. And
I don't like the word buried.
it was part of the invoice, but we could not determine or break out how much of that was for security versus for other services. So what we were saying and looking for was a delineation of what those costs were when an invoice came in.
Do we need legislation to make that happen, or can we request that it be done by the departments and that they would then do it? Mr. Starr, can you answer that?
Sir, I believe it was Congressman Waxman that sent in a separate question, but concurrent with the GAO report, or following the GAO report, State Department did meet with USAID, and we have in fact issued something called a Procurement Information Bulletin, which is specifically giving guidance that the costs for security within contracts that are awarded must be tracked. I have a copy of the procurement bulletin that was issued. This is on the recommendation of...
When was that done?
This is very recently, sir. Very recent.
Very recently is not helpful.
No, I understand that,
I mean,
sir.
very recently could be 6 months ago. So...
I don't have a... 6106, sir, this was issued.
No, we should put that on the record. Tell me about DOD. Wouldn't it make sense for them to make the same directive?
Yes, sir. And when I started looking into this, frankly, getting prepared for this hearing,
right.
I issued some direction within my office, and I'm working with the Army as we speak to develop some guidance for the Joint Contracting Command to ensure that that takes place.
Well, maybe when you respond to the other question Mr. Waxman has requested, you would tell us, how you've progressed,
yes,
and
sir.
Hopefully you'll be ready to, make that an agency-wide directive. That's one of the reasons, frankly, why we have a hearing like this. It gets us to focus on things, and I realize there are a lot of things to focus on. So
yes, sir.
Thank you for doing that. At this time, the chair would recognize the ranking member of the committee, Mr. Kucinich.
Mr. Assad, when were the first private contractors put into Iraq?
I don't know the answer to that, sir. I could find out for you in terms of the first contractors that we contracted for, but I don't know that. No.
When the department began its contracting process, in connection with it, did the department ever issue any guidelines or rules of conduct for the contracting companies?
Subsequent to the GAO report, Mr. Congressman...
No, from the time that you started to...
No, sir. I think that it was the first... there was individual contracting clauses that were included in some of our contracts, but 3020.41, which is the true guidance that we give our folks, was issued in November of '05.
Yeah, please.
Just for the record, could you let us know when you began to take on this task?
Yes, sir. I took this position on April 3rd of this year,
okay.
2006.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you.
My colleague, Ms. Schakowsky, points out that contractors started to come in before the war. Is that...
Okay.
And so... the men and women who serve our country in the uniformed armed services, when they go into a foreign operation, are they given rules of engagement?
Yes, sir. They have rules of engagement.
I wonder why it is, if our troops would be given rules of engagement in under hostile conditions, why the department didn't have rules of engagement for the conduct of private security people. Can you explain why that wouldn't happen? Why that didn't happen then?
I can't explain why it didn't. I can tell you that the guidance that we've provided to Joint Contracting Command now is that they include rules of engagement, rules utilizing force, law of armed conflict, and it has to be signed by each employee of the company that we're doing business with, that they've read the rules and that they understand them. I can't answer, sir, why
You know what the
it didn't get done.
statute of limitation is for murder in the United States?
No, I don't, Mr. Congressman.
There isn't one. Now, if someone connected with a private contracting company was involved in the murder of a civilian, would the department be ready to recommend their prosecution?
Sir, I'm just not qualified to answer that question.
Anybody here qualified to answer that? And if they're not, why are you here? With all due respect. I mean, this is, you know, Mr. Chairman, as late as June the 11th, 2 days ago, the Washington Post filed a story that said that no security contractor has been prosecuted for indiscriminate killing of civilians. It says in part because of an agreement forged soon after the U.S. invasion of 2003 that made it impossible for the Iraqi government to prosecute contract workers. I mean, I'd like to submit for the record the story from the Washington Post, Contractors Cleared in Videotape Attacks. It says the Army Criminal Investigation Division cleared these individuals. The investigation has not been released or publicly discussed. I said it was lack of probable cause to believe a crime was committed in what was a attack that was allegedly videotaped. A further discussion of this story was in this article on the 27th of November, 2005.
Congressman, if I may,
Please.
to try to answer your question, and I am not an attorney, so I can't get into particular details of process. My understanding is that individuals could be prosecuted under War Crimes Act. There is also another act, and I know the acronym. I don't know the exact words under MEJA, but I don't know. I don't believe at this point anybody has been brought forward under those particular laws. But is my understanding that those would be applicable for private security contractors. But I can't.
Back to the Department of Defense. Would the Department of Defense be prepared to see prosecution preferred against any private contractor who is demonstrated to have unlawfully killed a civilian?
Sir, I can't answer that question. I'd have to take it back, and we will answer it for the record.
Wow. Think about what that means. These private contractors can get away with murder, and in some cases they may have. That's not an adequate response, really. And you know, this is one of the problems here, that these contractors do not appear to be subject to any laws at all. And so therefore, they have more of a license to be able to take the law into their own hands. We've had a great discussion occur in this country and around the world about the conduct of U.S. troops in certain incidents. But those troops will have to be accountable. There doesn't appear to be any such accountability with respect to private contractors. And it really, since the administration is more and more preferring, in certain instances, private contractors, it would seem that notwithstanding your protestations, that subsequent to these reports, you're trying to get into a new level of standards. The basic question of accountability is accountability before the law. And accountability if someone is unlawfully taking another person's life, that has to be the ultimate accountability. And, you know, we don't hear that it is, unless you can enlighten me as to some new development that I may not be aware of. Anyway, any of you.
Mr. Congressman, I believe that in our contract, we're very specific about rules of engagement, use of deadly force. I've also checked with our legal people, and unlike the Department of Defense, we do not have the legal recourse should our contractors commit a crime that would be prosecutable back in the United States. However, I would like to make it a matter of the record that every shooting incident, every incident that's gone on in Iraq in a very, very volatile and very dangerous situation, essentially a war situation where we are putting civilian contractors, we have looked at the situations where they have in fact employed deadly force and found that there was no other choice.
How many of those incidents have there been? How many shooting incidents have there been by private contractors that you've had to look into?
The Department, sir, I can't comment on the Department of Defense. The Department of State has, the Department of State, I can get you the number for. I don't have it offhand. It is,
10, 100,
I think about a dozen, sir.
About a dozen. And Department of Defense, how many shooting incidents do you investigate with respect to private contractors killing innocent civilians?
Sir, I don't have the answer, but I'll get it for you and answer the question for the record.
So you don't have any idea at all?
No, I don't, sir.
Have you ever canceled anyone's contract because their workers engaged in indiscriminate killing of civilians?
I've never had that situation occur to me. But I can tell you, Mr. Congressman, as Mr. Salas mentioned, the Measure Act, that's the Military Extraterritorial Jurisdiction Act. That is another law that we are including in our contracts now as we place them through our Joint Contracting Command. So we're trying to address the issue that you're addressing, sir.
Gentlemen's time has run out, but I'd be happy to just allow him and I to just pursue this issue just for clarity, if we could. It's my understanding that if you are a DOD contractor, you come under Defense Department rules. The bottom line is legal companies fulfilling contracts with DOD are subject to the military chain of command, but not the Uniform Code of Military Justice, absent a congressional declaration of war. And their personnel can be prosecuted by the Department of Justice under the federal law as a result of military extraterritorial jurisdiction. My understanding is, though, that State Department is not. Is that accurate?
That is my understanding, sir.
Okay, so if you would just clarify for Mr. Kucinich and me both, what do your employees, your contractors come under?
Sir, I do not believe that we have the capability of prosecuting them back in the United States. This is something that I would have to more closely check with our legal section, but in a discussion with our legal section prior to this hearing, it was a question that was raised prior to the hearing. It is something that we need to look at. But our efforts are controlled by specific rules of engagement approved by the Chief of Mission, as they are at all U.S. embassies and missions around the world.
I guess it, refer back to the chair, but I guess what it amounts to is whether either the Department of Defense or the State Department, when they hire these private contractors, if any of them guided when it comes to civilians by the Fourth Commandment, thou shalt not kill. I mean, it just seems there's no rules here. It just seems that people can get away with murder.
I don't agree with that, sir. My people did not get away with murder. I don't think that that's why they're over there. I think they're tightly controlled. I think it's a well-written contract. I think that we have special agents on the ground that look very closely at all the activities. Every shooting incident is investigated and looked at. This is not a case of getting away with murder, sir. This is a case where we have very difficult situation in a war zone where people's lives are at risk.
When innocent civilians are killed, we have to ask the question. You just told me, both of you said that you have incidents that that you're going to forward information to this committee about. I think it would be important for us to go over each and every incident to see if anybody got away with murder. Go back to your testimony.
Yeah. Mr. Starr, though, I think you've made a point that's important for you to make, and I think it's been made. Thank you. At this time, the chair would recognize my colleague from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank all the witnesses for their testimony here today. In my opening statement, I pointed to the gross wrong predictions early on with respect to estimates of the cost of the war. Again, when Lindsay Lewis, the chief economic advisor to the president, said it may cost $100 to $200 billion, he was sort of dismissed by others. In fact, Mitch Daniels, who was then the CBO director, put the number between $50 and $60 billion. Well, we now know it will be well over in the hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars. the costs. And the question is, how did we get that so wrong? We know we got the weapons of mass destruction issue wrong. We now know we got the costs wrong. We apparently didn't listen to the advice of many military people in the field with respect to the number of troops that would be needed to maintain stability in a post-invasion environment. We got that wrong. So I just want to go back a little bit with respect to the cost issue, because we're now focused on the question of the cost to the taxpayer of the contracts that were led and the war effort in general. And I would like to ask you, Mr. Solis, because I found in your report, you concluded that agency officials expected that the post-conflict environment in Iraq would be relatively benign and would allow for the almost immediate beginning of reconstruction efforts. We now know that those predictions, those feelings were not accurate, were not true. You go on to say, during a discussion with DOD, we were told that this expectation was based on determinations made at the most senior levels of the executive branch, and the contracting officials were bound to reflect that expectation in their requests for proposals. How is it that the administration bound the contracting officials to exclude the costs of providing security in that post-invasion environment?
As we were vetting our draft report for final comment, we got many comments from many different people, and as we were running it through the acquisition community, this is something that they wanted to put in context in terms of an understanding as to why things were done the way they were. And that's why we indicated that and wrote that in our report.
So let me just make sure I understand. You're saying the administration officials instructed people putting together their cost estimates to assume that there would be very few security needs. Is that correct?
No, I think what I'm saying is that in terms of the context of the environment, a benign environment or permissive environment, that's the context that they were going to be operating in, or assumed that they would be operating in. And in terms of when they did the different contracts, whether it was private security contracts or for others, that's the environment that they assumed that they'd be working in.
Are you, or is any of the gentlemen here aware of the fact, I mean, the State Department officials had been sort of studying the post-war, potential post-war environment in Iraq for many years. In fact, they put together quite an exhaustive study, which was apparently essentially thrown out the window by the Defense Department when it went about making its analysis. Did your review come across that? Did you ask questions to the administration officials about that particular issue?
I don't believe we came across that particular report.
All right. I mean, I want to give you a quotation, because I think it's instructive with respect to the total failure of the administration to anticipate what should have been and something that anyone could anticipate. This is a quote. "It is not clear what kind of government you would put in. Is it going to be a Shia regime, a Sunni regime, or a Kurdish regime? Or is it one that tilts toward the Baathists or one that tilts toward the Islamic fundamentalists? How much credibility is that government going to have if it is set up by the United States military? How long does the United States military have to stay to protect people that sign on for that government? And what happens to it when we leave?" That's a quote from Dick Cheney when he was Secretary of Defense, explaining back in early 1991 why the Bush administration decided not to go into Baghdad after the invasion of Kuwait. It was an explanation that I think made sense to lots of people, and it's one that came back to haunt this administration and this government now, because the predictions he made in 1991, anyone who followed Iraq knew very well that this is exactly the type of situation that could develop in Iraq. And so I guess my question to you, as someone who went in as an independent individual talking to people in the administration, how did they get it so wrong? You had an opportunity to interview people. You have Dick Cheney, many years earlier predicting this kind of chaos following an invasion of Iraq. How did they get it so wrong with respect to the security costs and the real possibility of an insurgency?
I can't tell you the specifics. I can only tell you that the environment did change. Assumptions going in did not always pan out. And I think that then there shows the increase or the reasons for the escalation, particularly for private security costs. It was assumed that it was going to go into a particular environment. That environment did not occur, and hence the need for security forces.
I guess the key word, I mean, I'm not, you weren't there, obviously, you just had an opportunity to talk to folks, but the fact that they assumed that is extraordinary, given the fact that people who are experts in this area at the State Department and others had looked at it and come to opposite conclusions. People at the CIA had come to opposite conclusions with respect to the challenges we would face in a post-invasion Iraq. And anybody who had followed Iraq, including now Vice President Cheney, when he was remarking on this back in 1991, should have known full well the potential of what would happen when you took the lid off Pandora's box and unleashed forces that have existed in Iraq for a long time between the Shia, the Sunni, and the Kurds. And I just find it amazing, amazing case of gross negligence that people did not take that into account in planning. Let me just switch gears a little bit, if I could, and ask Mr. Kunder a question with respect to Afghanistan. And getting back to Afghanistan gets us back to where the original threat to the United States came from. Of course, Osama bin Laden planned the attacks of September 11th. They were executed by him and al-Qaeda with the cooperation of the Taliban government in place. We have now taken the appropriate action to go after the al-Qaeda and the Taliban. But we face a serious challenge in Afghanistan in reconstruction. I know you testified back in January, I believe, before the House International Relations Committee with respect to problems in southern Afghanistan, where you have a resurgence of Taliban. And since activity, and since your testimony back then, as you know, it's even gotten worse. Can you just talk about the challenges we face with respect to our reconstruction efforts in southern Afghanistan? Because I think if we're not successful at reconstruction and rebuilding and democracy efforts in Afghanistan, we do run the danger of another failed state. We do run the danger of a resurgence of the Taliban, and with that, the possibility that al-Qaeda can once again feel free to operate in there. We know Osama bin Laden's probably across the border in Pakistan, but I think it's a very real worry. If you could just talk about the challenges and what it's meant for our reconstruction efforts and your efforts there.
In general, sir, not specifically in terms of private security firms.
Well, but I mean in general, but I know, I believe you also have some private contractors operating in terms of development assistance. So if you could comment on that,
sir, there's no question that the number of security incidents has gone up in southern Afghanistan since I testified earlier this year and increasingly over the last year. I think the big question for everyone working there is what combinations of factors have been driving it. While in the media it's generally been characterized as a Taliban resurgence, my frank assessment is it's much more complex series of events. I mean, there are very, very isolated areas in Kandahar, Uruzgan province, some of the most isolated places on the face of the earth. And I don't want to slap a smiley face on everything, but to some extent what we're seeing is a pushback because some of the road construction projects and education projects and so forth have actually taken place in very isolated areas. We've had a spate of burning of school buildings where girls have been asked to go to school. Well, if there weren't girls' schools built, there wouldn't have been any girls' schools burned. So part of this is just a reaction to very xenophobic, isolated people. Part of it is clearly related to the increased pressure on the drug trade, the eradication efforts. While the eradication efforts have not been as successful as we had hoped, there are aggressive eradication efforts, so you get some kind of criminal element working in this as well. And then you do have some Taliban elements that are trying to reorganize in the South, as has been widely reported. So you've got a whole range of effects going on in the South, and the sum total, or the bottom line, is that the working environment has become more dangerous for reconstruction efforts in southern Afghanistan. The U.S. government is trying to respond to that, both in terms of more aggressive patrolling and use of private security firms and all the other techniques that I referred to earlier. But the bottom line is that it has become an increasingly dangerous place to work in recent months.
Well, let me just follow up, if I could, Mr. Chairman. General Maples, the head of Defense Intelligence Agency, did testify in front of the Senate a few months ago about the resurgence of Taliban activity. I think if you just look at recent reports, it is a combination of factors, but clearly there's an upsurge in Taliban activity, and I think that we should look at whether or not we really want to reduce the total U.S. force presence in the southern Afghanistan area, which is currently what we're planning to do. But I guess my specific question is, what impact has it had on our reconstruction development efforts there? Have we had to withdraw? I mean, I thought your testimony a few months ago suggested that we'd have had to reduce our efforts there because of lack of security. I'm just curious as to whether or not we've been able to get back in there, or whether the security situation is still too dangerous.
Yes, that's a very fair question. And it's very relevant to the topic of this hearing, because what we do in these circumstances is both on an area basis and a time-specific basis, we will withdraw relief workers or reconstruction workers or put additional security in. So for individual areas, for specific areas, for specific periods of time, we have had to pull people out. But the honest answer overall is that we've managed to maintain most of our efforts. The road construction efforts that are going on in southern Afghanistan have continued. We have lost a lot of local Afghan guards and local Afghan construction workers along the way, in excess of 200 of people working for USAID. So there is a price that's paid by, I would say, by brave Afghans themselves who are trying to rebuild their country. The alternative livelihood programs, the alternative to poppy production, have been shut down in individual areas for certain periods of time, but those folks have always gone back in. So that what you're seeing is a slowing of the reconstruction effort, but it is a continuation of the effort throughout southern Afghanistan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman, and at this time the chair would recognize Ms. Sikowski.
Again, I thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, because I've been trying to drill down on this issue of private military contractors, security contractors, for a long time, and have been stymied at every turn. I want to associate myself with Mr. Duncan's remarks about how shocked the constituents in his district would be. I represent a very different district, and they would be and are shocked as well by the astonishing lack of accountability for literally billions of dollars that are being spent on private security contractors, about which we know so very little, even when inquiries are made. And let me just say that right now, in the 3 hours of this hearing, about $33 million has been spent in Iraq. It's about $11 million an hour, 24/7, day after day after day in Iraq, and we need to, in Afghanistan, we need to get some questions answered. And I don't know what you may have thought that this hearing was going to be about. If we can't answer questions about what are the number of security contracts in existence, the total cost of these security contracts, well, maybe you can and maybe you will, the total number of contractors in Iraq and Afghanistan. I'd like to know the number of dead and wounded contractors, because that's not part of the calculation right now. In deciding whether or not this war is worth it, whether it's successful, we ought to not just be counting the 2,500 or so of our armed forces, but also know what is the loss of life for civilians, for Americans who are working in this mission. I want to know a list of the disciplinary actions taken against contractors. If there have been laws that are broken, it's hard to imagine, with the numbers, whatever they may be, of contractors, that there haven't been any laws broken, because I'm unaware of any legal action that has been taken. And if there are disciplinary actions, I would like to know, as a member of Congress, what those are. And in asking whether or not Congress should be told, at least, of contracts over $100 million, I'd like to know, can I get, Mr. Assad, a copy of the contracts with Blackwater? Can I see them?
Madam Congressman, we didn't do the contracting with Blackwater. I think that was either the State Department.
Mr. Starr, can I see the contracts with Blackwater?
I don't believe there's a problem with that, but I would check with our procurement people. I will get an answer for you on that. It's a publicly bid contract, competitively bid contract.
I have had very little luck. Do you know anything about that, Mr. Solis? I have had very little luck being able to see the contracts. I was told that if the agency doesn't release them, then the Committee of Jurisdiction has to subpoena that information, and that it's all I can't take any notes on it. I can go in a secret room and look at those contracts. And it would seem to me, if these are taxpayer dollars, I want to see those. I would like to see a contract.
Yeah, I can tell you that our Worldwide Protective Services contract was a competitively bid open contract.
No, I want to see it, though. Can I see it?
I would have to ask our procurement executive. I personally wouldn't have any problem with that, but I really do need to check with the procurement person to give you an accurate answer on that.
And that's an honest, if the gentlelady would suspend a second, that's obviously an honest answer, and you would check it out. You can't promise something until you know, and you have people above you. But let's make sure that you communicate with the committee with either yes, of course you can, and no, you can't, and then please give us the reasons, because I believe my colleague is right in saying, you know, we need to do our job and we should be able to look at these documents.
Has the GAO seen those contracts?
We've seen some, and we've had some access to some of those contracts through our work.
Have you been refused to be shown any of the contracts?
I don't believe so.
No. Okay. You know, I was looking at this, and also then if you could provide me either now or later answer to those questions: the number of security contracts in existence, the total cost of those contracts, the number and subcontracts, and the number of dead or wounded of the contractors, laws broken, disciplinary actions, and contracts in excess of $100 million. Can I get those from each of you? Can you answer me affirmatively?
Yes. Yes, I just didn't copy down all the questions quite that fast.
I'll get back to you.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. We will respond. I'll take a question for record.
Okay. I also, Mr. Assad, I'm looking at...
The gentlelady would suspend, and she'll have time. I realize I'm jumping in here. Just be clear as to the questions you've asked again. If you just ask it again, because they were writing it down. I'm sure staff behind them has as well. What are the questions that...
Okay, I'll tell you what. Why don't I'll provide in writing.
Right, but in the record, just read it one more time.
The questions are the number of security contracts, the total cost of these security contracts, the total number of security contractors and subcontractors in Iraq and Afghanistan that under those contracts, the number of dead and separately the number of wounded contractors, a report on any legal actions that have been taken against contractors or their employees, a list of disciplinary actions that have been taken against the contractors, and a breakout of the copies of breakout of contracts issued in excess of $100 million.
And how we'll proceed, just I realize again that it was many questions. Provide us with that request in writing. We will put a cover letter over, so it is the committee's request, and we'll make sure you get the answers to those
I
questions.
appreciate that so much.
May I ask one clarifying question, sir? As we were discussing earlier, there are contracts for the protection of U.S. government personnel, and then there are security contracts that are part of, for example, we have a fully competed contract with Bechtel to build power stations. As part of that work, they hire their own security personnel to guard their workers. I assume your question is the direct U.S., it refers to the class of direct U.S. government contracts that have to do with the protection of U.S. government personnel, because if you're asking the latter, it's a much more complex.
Well, let me ask Mr. Solis, you have a definition here, static security personnel. You defined in your GAO report what you meant by security. I'm wondering if we can just use that definition that was on page 5 of the GAO report.
It may be a starting point. That's what our understanding in terms of defining the types of security out there. But it could be something that it could be used by these folks to try to, delineate the kinds of security services that are provided.
Okay, so they're actually, if that can be a working definition, which would include static security, security for housing areas and work sites, for example. I wanted to ask Mr. Starr, Mr. Soli's testimony talks about how the State Department disagreed with our recommendations. This was on exploring options that would enable contractors to obtain services quickly and efficiently, and the various options for contractors. It says that the State Department disagreed, citing concerns that the government could be held liable for performance failures. Now, if we're using our own military, clearly the government is liable for performance failures. Are you saying that with the billions of taxpayer dollars that are being spent on these private security forces, that the United States of America is not responsible? We want to put them at arm's distance here and are not going to take responsibility for performance failures? This is not our problem? Who's responsible for performance failures if contractors with our taxpayer dollars make mistakes? Shouldn't some liability fall on the State Department if you contract with people who aren't doing what they should be doing, aren't trained appropriately, etc.?
I think the question to the answer, the formal question to the answer that the State Department gave you was because we believe that there are so many different types of operations in Iraq that for the State Department to write one set of standards that could possibly cover all of those things wouldn't be it.
I understand that part, but I want to tell you that I am very concerned that we have operations going on in Iraq, sensitive operations, and that, in fact, the United States government doesn't want to take responsibility for those, wants to push them off on someone else. And I think this notion of accountability and liability and responsibility falls directly on government agencies, particularly given my suspicion that not a single contractor has ever been prosecuted under any law. I want to raise that concern.
Ma'am, I understand your question, but the logic in general, when I sign something on behalf of the U.S. government, our contracting guidelines, and we're listening to the federal acquisition regulations, which follow law passed by the Congress, it instructs me not to engage in selecting subcontractors or getting too much into the relationship with subcontractors for the very reason that I do want to protect the taxpayer's interest. If I contract with your firm to build a road, you're responsible to the taxpayers, to me as a federal officer, for every element of that road, getting the right kind of concrete, make sure the concrete's not cheap, make sure the foundation's right, etc., getting security for the road. If I start getting into your business and telling you as the prime contractor to the U.S. government, now I want you to get this kind of concrete subcontractor, and I want to get this kind of security firm, and I want you to get this kind of matting for the concrete, what I'm doing is setting up the taxpayers for a suit from you, which says, well, I could have built the road just fine.
I have limited time.
I'm just explaining why we do it that way.
I hear you.
Hold on a second. The gentlelady's time had ended, but I would want her to be able to respond. So it's not like we're just going to click here.
And I understand what you're saying, but if one of the recommendations that they had was identifying minimum standards for private security personnel qualifications, training requirements, and other key performance characteristics. Myself, and I believe my constituents, don't think it's too much to ask for the federal government to say, we're going to set some criteria for people who are carrying out sensitive missions in Iraq, and that for the response to be, well, we don't want to do that because it may create some, the government could be held liable for performance failures, to me is completely unsatisfactory. I have a lot, as you can see, I have a lot of questions. This is a whole area where the Congress has been completely separate from oversight over thousands, tens of thousands of people conducting important activities in Iraq. We just need to open that up and shed light, and I'm looking forward to your answers.
Right.
And I thank you again, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome, and you add value to this hearing, and so we're grateful you're here. Mr. Solis, I would want you to kind of maybe respond to some of her points, just so
If I could, in our recommendation, we said to thoroughly explore. We weren't necessarily trying to be prescriptive, but for example, when we said to come up with vendor lists, there are some examples where, for example, I believe it's TSA has developed vendor list of qualified, what they consider qualified baggage screeners for airports. It's a list. It's not a list that says you absolutely have to use any of the particular ones, but it is a list from which have been screened and gone through. That's an example, but I think the operative word was we're in a new environment. You need to explore some different alternatives and different ways of potentially doing business.
But the State Department said they didn't even want to explore that, is my understanding.
That's our understanding, but again, we still think our recommendation has validity.
Before having Mr. Marchant respond, I just want to say it is, and I want to have this clarified if it's not true, that basically those who work directly for DOD, those who work directly for state, those who work directly for AID, there are standards where we kind of get into this question about standards is when the private contractors that AID hires, when they go out into the field and bring in their own security folks. And I'd like to know, first, Mr. Solis, is that accurate from your standpoint, or?
I believe, state has fairly high standards, and I believe I have to think about aid a little bit, but it's not clear to me that DOD has a set of standards, clear standards that would go across the board in terms of the types of contractors, in terms of qualifications and things of that nature.
And Mr. Saad, I want to just make sure that I'm not giving you a pass here.
Yes, sir.
But I want to be fair to you. You've taken on this assignment as of April. Were you the number 2 person in this area, and so you have great familiarity, or were you brought in from a bit outside?
No, sir. I was with the Marine Corps prior to this position.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. So what I would hope you would gain from this is that if DOD has a little catching up to do, you're going to be paying some keen attention to this.
Yes, sir. I can tell you, Mr. Chairman, that with regard to our contracts that we're letting now out of our Joint Contracting Command, we are flowing down these clauses to their subcontractors. We are requiring our primes to flow these clauses that I've talked to their subs. Now, unfortunately, that may not have been the case a year ago or 18 months ago, but as we speak, we are taking the actions to flow these clauses down in our private security contractor contracts.
Not only will this committee be watching, but so will GAO be watching as well, and we will be asking them to monitor this. And you can be assured Mr. Zukowski is going to be watching as well. I would like to just clarify as well before we get to Mr. Marchant, who, in the area where you have the privates hiring, is it being funded? Are these folks that are working for DOD, state, and AID, or for just one of you or all of you? Or you know what I'm asking the question?
Sir, the WPPS contract that we have in place covers all direct hire personnel under Chief of Mission Authority in Iraq. That includes U.S. AID personnel and personnel from the other federal agencies that are in Iraq, justice, things like that.
That's an important question to answer. I didn't ask it well, so I'm happy you answered that question. What I'm trying to ask is, when we hire for directly by DOD, directly by state, that's one issue. When we engage a contractor through AID, who then hires, is this problem going to be mostly seen in AID? Is that where we're going to see a lot of the contractors who are hiring on their own?
In that case, sir, the way you asked the question first was correct. We would each be contracting for each of those sets of services. DOD would do some, state would do some, USAID would do some.
Okay, but now you hire a company to build an electric generating plant.
Right.
They're the ones who now go out and hire somebody.
Right.
That we would not see in DOD, right? We don't have this same issue with DOD, or do we?
Yes, sir. If any prime contract that we have where a contractor is performing in theater, if he's going out and getting his own security force.
Oh, in all departments, okay, I'm answering a question that basically, I'm going to answer it myself. What I'm hearing you say is, with all our departments, state and defense, we're hiring contractors who then are engaging in their own hiring of security folks.
Yes, sir.
And I'm seeing nodding
correct,
heads.
yes, sir.
The record would show that all are responding affirmatively. Mr. Marchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the most encouraging things that back in my district we see is the fact that we are training more and more Iraqi security forces. I don't think that our people in the United States understand exactly the differences between the state police, the city police, the regional police, and what would be the highway patrol or whatever, all of the nuances of that. But we see the increased number of people that are being trained. So, and our eventual goal is to have enough soldiers trained, enough security trained, so that our withdrawal begins to take place and the Iraqis step forward. I'm very interested in how, as this is happening, and it's happening today, the private security firms who have been interfacing with our military and our diplomats, how now you're going to have Iraqi security forces there, and how the transition, how this interface is going to take place, how that transition is taking place. How do you foresee it? Even when our troop presence is significantly less, I see that the reconstruction will continue to take place. U.S. aid will still be there. We'll still have a large private security force present. Is there been some kind of a transition plan put together to see how these forces are going to deal with each other? And I think, Mr. Assad, Mr. Starr, question for you.
Mr. Congressman, I'm not aware of a transition plan, but I'll take that question for the record and respond, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Congressman, we don't have a formal transition plan, but it has been something that we have been discussing. As Iraqi sovereignty continues, as the military and police forces are trained to continue to take over, we will do as we do in many countries where we see return to a more stable environment. We will slowly draw down on our security efforts. We may lower the profile first. We may cut the numbers. We may ultimately decide, and hopefully, that instead of having either American forces on the ground or third country national forces protecting us, that we could rely on the Iraqi forces to protect us. So as we see the situation improving, we will take stock of the situation and make decisions in terms of lowering our profile and lowering our presence.
And do you find that the Iraqi security forces what level of respect do they have for the private security firms? Is it at the same level that they have for our armed forces? Has it been, have our armed forces and our military been able to say with authority to them, these people have authority too, you need to respect them?
The authorities that the private security firms have are the authorities that the U.S. government and the Iraqi government give them at the moment. Should the Iraqi government decide that they're going to start withdrawing authorities, we will, of course, be respectful of those things. I think to answer your question, the best example I can give you is that one of our major contractors, Blackwater, and us brought in a series of Iraqi speakers to speak with all of our personnel security specialists and give them training in how to deal with Iraqis and how to work closely with them. And some of our forces have Iraqi translators with them. Some of them are relying on other Iraqi specialists as well. And I think the level of respect that you earn is essentially what you get. I think we take a great deal of time in trying to train our security providers that they must be respectful of the Iraqis, and I think that they get the encouragement and the cooperation in return for what they give.
Congressman Marchant, if I could only add, again, asking about the transition plan, and I'm not aware of a particular transition plan, but I think in terms of the things that we have stated in terms of coordination and the training that the Iraqi forces would have to have in terms of interfacing with private security contractors as U.S. forces draw down would be similar, because I think those things are going to be needed in terms of making sure that the issues that we've raised with the U.S. military and private security contractors don't occur with the Iraqi Army and private security contractors as that transition begins.
On June 11th, there was a Washington Post story on a military investigation of shooting by a private security firm in Iraq. It talked about several crimes that had been reported. In the case of the Washington Post article, what criminal laws were considered as applicable in the investigation? And that would be for either Mr. Starr or Mr. Assad.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm not familiar with exactly what incident that is. I would have to know exactly which incident and then go back and pull the files for it.
Okay.
He's making reference to the Washington Post story.
There were two incidents in that story, sir. One was, I believe, in February or March of this year, and one was in April of last year, I believe.
This was talking about a DOD private security contractor that was shooting at civilian vehicles driving on the highway.
I'm sorry, I can't answer that one, sir.
Okay.
Sir, I don't have an answer for you, but again, I'll take it for the record and we will respond.
Thank you. Thank you.
You know, that makes me a little uncomfortable, given that it was, you know, something just very recent disclosed. It would have been nice, frankly, if you had anticipated that question, and
Yes,
maybe
sir.
we should have let you know. But yeah, I want to be clear. You do not have any knowledge of this issue.
No, sir. Of the specifics of the investigation, I do not.
Right.
I don't have any knowledge of it, but I will find out.
Is the investigation ongoing?
I don't know the answer to that, sir. I don't know whether CENTCOM or the combatant commander did the investigation or whether it was done here in the States.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'd like to. I first want to say I'm one person on this committee who believes that our involvement in Iraq is a noble effort. And every time I've been there, I have been in awe of our troops. I've been in awe of the security people that protect us and protect others. I've been in awe of the Iraqis. I have met political figures there that know they are a target every moment of their day, and they go out of the green zone into the red zone. I've met a man like Mr. al-Alusi who went to Israel, and afterwards the Iraqis punished him by kicking him out of the government and taking away his security guard. Some in the former government, I don't mean Saddam Hussein's government, I mean in this past government. He lost his two sons. They tried to protect him and died in front of him. And when he met with me here, I said, "You can't go back." And he looked at me in amazement and he said, "I have to go back. My country needs me." And to learn that he has been elected to their General Assembly, it is amazing to me, considering that we disbanded their army, their police, and their border patrol, left them with no security, that we would hear people say that we need to get out and get out right away and the Iraqis better get their act together. These are folks that didn't attack us, we attacked them. And in my judgment, until they have the ability to protect themselves, we better be there. And I am in awe of 3 elections in just 11 months. Absolutely in awe of that. So for me, I view that I'm looking at a country that, not unlike the United States years ago, got to have this opportunity for freedom and liberty. So I have no problem whatsoever with the fact that we have security guards. That's not my issue. I want the Army to be the tip of the spear, and I don't want them to be cooks when they don't have to be. I don't want them to have to be standing at guard at the front of bases. I don't want them to have to be taking members of Congress to this place or that place. But the security people who do that and the contractors who do that are risking their lives. And I think the gentlelady from Illinois is right. When they risk their lives, they should be saluted and recognized, and when they lose their lives, we should take note of that, and that is part of the cost of this war. But when I ask these folks about why they're there to be of service to our country and the cause. Where I take issue is the fact that we don't seem to be able to have a handle on how many we have there. We don't yet have a sense of the coordination between, in terms of the private companies that then hire private security. They have a choice on whether or not to register with the Reconstruction Center. And so I'm going to ask you, does it not make sense for the private security forces to coordinate with the Reconstruction Operations Center? Should that not be mandatory? I'd like to ask each of you that question. Mr. Solis?
In our report last year, we had considered making that recommendation. We held off because at the time we reported that coordination appeared to be getting better. But as I made note in our testimony, it appeared that the coordination had not improved to the degree that we thought it should. And so we believe it's worth considering making a requirement that companies that are U.S. security firms that are doing business in Iraq, that they be required to work with the ROC, or coordinate with the ROC.
Right, and let me just set the stage here. Those that work directly for state, defense, AID, they do have to register and they do have to coordinate, correct?
It's completely voluntary. It is not a requirement unless it's in potentially the contract. It's voluntary.
Well, let me put it differently. In most of the contracts, when it's directly connected to DOD and state, is it not mandatory, Mr. Starr?
Sir, for our contracts, we do not coordinate directly with the ROC. Our contracts coordinate directly with, the TOC, the Technical Operations Center, which is our operations center that coordinates directly with the military. All of our moves are fully coordinated.
So they would be coordinated with the National Reconstruction Center, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Assad?
Yes, sir. Our contractors, the direct contractors we have, they do coordinate with the ROC.
So we're going to call them direct and indirect contractors, okay? And we'll know what we're talking. Mr. Kunder, correct the same policy as Mr. Starr's obviously under state?
I'm sorry, sir. The
same policy that AID has?
We follow the same. We have the same contractor at this point, yes, sir.
AID doesn't like to think of themselves as being under state, so I'm trying to be respectful here.
We take full policy guidance from the Secretary of State, sir.
Well said, well said. Okay. The question then is, should the indirect contractors have to follow those same rules? And Mr. Solis said, they didn't make that recommendation, but it seems that it's logical given what's happened. That's what I'm hearing you say. Mr. Assad?
Sir, personally, my personal response is yes. I believe that they should be required, and I will take it back to the department in terms of the operational commanders and give them my personal opinion. I do believe that should happen.
Mr. Starr?
Sir, I would qualify it by saying that I think certain operations over a certain size should have to be required to do that, but I think the size and scope of the contracts that are out there, many of these may be very tiny, many of them may be very remote, and may not have the capability to do that. So I think there's a bit of balancing on some of these indirect contractors.
Okay. Mr. Kunder?
Sir, I've had the honor to testify before the Congress many times, and I know better than to make administration policy while sitting here. As an individual, it makes sense for me to get better coordination. The issue I would raise, sir, is given the fact that in most of these post-conflict situations, I was reading as preparation for the hearing the European Community Humanitarian Office security guidance. You've got UN agencies involved, you've got international NGOs involved, you've got the International Committee of the Red Cross. The question would be whether you want national law or some sort of international treaty or guidance like that. And one other quick answer, sir, I worked in Somalia. We had a major problem when you create some sort of humanitarian operations center, then you get an awful lot of people walking around with guns in there, and you wonder who some of these organizations are. So I just think it's an area in which we need to move very thoughtfully.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, and I appreciate your thoughtful response. I will just say, it strikes me, though, that if we think it's logical for the people we directly hire, it's probably even more logical for the people that are indirectly hired, especially given that now 42% of the Iraqi populace are under now, thank God, the control of the Iraqi government and its own security forces. Let me ask, is there anything that you would like to put on the record that we haven't put on the record, anything that you stayed up last night thinking about and prepared to answer and thought you might be eloquent enough to impress us that we didn't give you that opportunity? Whatever. I'm being a little facetious, but let me say, sometimes the best point of the whole hearing is the point that we didn't make that you need to put on the record. So let me just say, you don't have to be eloquent. Is there anything that we need to put on the record that's not on the record? We'll start with you, Mr. Kunder.
Sir, the point I was making with Ms. Schakowsky, just that there's a balance between the indisputable notion of having of guidelines on how to coordinate with an ROC, for example, on the one hand, and these contractual relationships under the federal acquisition regulations. There's a trade-off there in terms of making law for subcontractors of government primary contractors. It's just something that I would respectfully request that we look at closely.
I hear you. I'm going to respectfully say that the bottom line is, though, I think we've gotten ourselves in pretty much a feeling of suspicion and so on because we don't have enough information, and Ms. Schakowsky is right that we need more information, and then all of us, and you in particular, would have more credibility. Mr. Starr?
Simply, sir, that contract security, which is essentially what this is subject to the same vagaries of every type of contract. If it's a well-written contract, a well-managed contract, a competitively bid contract, managed on the ground effectively with effective oversight, I think you get the services that you want. And I think that's a critical point of what we have to say when we're looking at private security providers overseas. We've got to be very specific and very careful.
Thank you. Mr. Saad?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to say that we recognize within the Department of Defense that we need improvement with regard to many of the things that we've talked about today. But we are focused on this, and I personally am focused on ensuring that we take the actions to get the coordination that is necessary, get the insight that's necessary, and be able to be more responsive to you and your staff.
Well, I'm just going to say, whether you end up with a Republican Congress or a Democratic Congress next year, we are going to have this same kind of oversight. And so it would be wonderful to be able to have you come in and say, you know, this is what I've done since I took office in April, and we can all pat you on the back. So that's kind of what we'd like to be able to do. Mr. Solis?
The only thing I would offer, we still had made several recommendations which are still in various phases of implementation or still open with some of the agencies, and we believe they still have merit and worth considering as they go along and develop.
But I would request that you continue to engage all the departments in these recommendations and give us a sense of whether you're getting pushback or whether you're getting a sense that there's buy-in. That would be helpful. We'd like to empower you to do that.
Be glad to do that.
Or encourage you to do it. Gentlemen, this has been a very interesting hearing. We appreciate you coming here today. We appreciate your patience with our votes. We do believe that you all recognize that you're doing important work and want to do it well, and we thank you for that very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to enjoy inviting our next panel up. Our panel comprises 5 individuals: Mr. Chris Taylor, VP for Strategic Initiatives, Blackwater, USA; Major General Robert Rosencrans, U.S. Army retired, President, International Technical Services, DynCorp International. My colleague to my left says I should say Mr. Iggy Valderas, but it's Ignatius, I think. Former CEO and current Board of Directors member, Triple Canopy, Mr. Doug Brooks, President, International Peace Operations Association, and Alan Chofkin, am I saying that well? Senior Vice President and Counsel, Professional Services Council. And also, I believe, a constituent of Mr. Van Hollen. So you will probably get the best introduction you've ever gotten. I hope. Now, could you slide over? No, I guess you can't. No, you're fine. You're fine. Totally fine. No, I'm having you sit down, and I'm going to have you stand up. So, Mr. Balderas, you're the smart one, and you're staying standing. We'll all stand. We swear our witnesses in. This is an investigative hearing. Obviously, we would expect you to tell the truth no matter what, but this makes it a little more official. Raising your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give before the subcommittee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Note for the record, all of our witnesses have responded in the affirmative. They're all sworn in. I'm going to welcome you here, Mr. Van Hollen will welcome all of you, but one in particular.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to introduce as well, again, a constituent of mine, Alan Chofkin, who is the Vice President, Senior Vice President and Counsel of Professional Services Council, and has worked on the issues that we've been discussing for many, many years. He has a long history with respect to private contracting as well as the government. He worked back in the 1980s for the United States Senate as a staff member. We'll forgive you on the House side for that. But I just want to welcome you here, welcome everybody, but it's great to have you here. And thank you for your advice and input to members of this committee on these issues over many years.
I thank the gentleman. Bottom line is we're grateful you're here. We all know that you bring tremendous credibility and knowledge to this issue. And if the questions seem somewhat aggressive, it's only that we want to know what the heck's going on, but I think we all admire what you folks do. So we'll start with you, Mr. Taylor. Are you kind of straddling the table there? Are you going to be okay?
I'm fine.
Yeah, we're going to have you move the mic close to yourselves. With 5 of you, we would prefer that you be closer to 5 minutes and longer. We'll make sure that everything you need is on the record. I'll stay as long as we have to make sure that that's true. So don't feel like you have to get everything in your opening statement. Your opening statement will be there for the record. So I'm going to not hold you to 5 minutes, but encourage you to be close to that as possible. Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Chairman Chase, Congressman Kucinich, and other committee members for this opportunity to discuss private security firms, our role and how we perform our duties each day. Since the American Revolution, private security firms have played an integral role in the successful development and defense of our nation. The role of the private security firm has not changed that much over time, providing specialized capabilities and surge capacity to the U.S. government in flexible, cost-effective packages, and building capacity for friendly foreign governments continue to be core competencies of our industry. National and global security challenges demand innovative and flexible solutions to be successful in the global war on terror. As stated in the 2006 Quadrennial Defense Review, private security firms are members of the total force. Contractors benefit the government by augmenting existing capabilities, improving response times, and freeing scarce military logistical resources. Blackwater is fortunate to have many who have already spent a career in public service, some in the military, some in law enforcement, and some in other government service, but all of whom are committed to the same objectives that guided them during their public service. Many of these professionals in previous careers earned Bronze Stars, Silver Stars, Purple Hearts, and even a Navy Cross. These honorable men and women, though no longer serving in an active duty uniform, are as dedicated and committed to the mission today as when they served on active duty. In fact, they reaffirm their commitment to the oath they took to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. These same professionals now daily put themselves in harm's way in support of U.S. and coalition missions and fully support national security and U.S. foreign policy. Today, private security firms perform a number of roles, from executive protection and static security to training partner nations to providing both ground and aviation logistics support, all in dangerous environments.
In the future, private security firms will likely be called upon to support stability operations and peacekeeping efforts. The majority of international legal controls are embodied in the Hague and Geneva Conventions, the applicable additional protocols, and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This also includes SOFA's status of forces agreements that may be in place. Blackwater has consulted human rights groups to assist in program development for human rights training and policy development. Each Blackwater professional receives blocks of instruction in leadership, ethics, and international humanitarian law. Because of the federal nature of the battlefield, our services support primarily federal entities. Private security firms, therefore, are accountable to many domestic federal statutes, regulations, and common law, which include the Military Extraterritorial Jurisdiction Act, the War Crimes Act of 1996, the Victims of Trafficking and Violence Protection Act of 2000, the Anti-Torture Statute, the Defense Trade Controls Act, the Gun Control Act, Arms Export Control Act, Export Administration Regulations, International Traffic in Arms Regulations, the Defense Base Act, Federal Aviation Regulations, the Defense Federal Acquisition Regulations, the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, and the General Orders of Central Command, the Multinational Corps of Iraqi Forces, and the Combined Joint Task Force 76. We seek to exceed the expectations of our clients. I am pleased that Doug Brooks and the IPO are here today. Blackwater is a member of the International Peace Operations Association, and I currently serve as its chairman. The IPOA Standards Committee is working diligently to develop industry standards. We are committed to defining the standards by which our independent contractors are credentialed as qualified to work in the industry, improving the federal contracting and oversight process, providing increased transparency in business operations, and encouraging discussion of our industry so that it can become more fully integrated into the process of finding solutions to difficult challenges. At Blackwater, recruiting and vetting begins with a self-selection application process and a thorough criminal background and credit check. For those with prior government service, discharge and release documents are reviewed and verified. When a contract requires private security professionals to have a security clearance, the government then conducts an even more thorough background check. Third country nationals and host nationals also have background checks performed. Blackwater USA provides both contractually mandated and additional training to all of our security professionals. Again, the additional training includes leadership, core values, ethics, and human rights courses. In any case, we ensure that each of our professionals conducts and passes all required training commensurate with the environment in which they will be working. Private security firms provide efficient, flexible, and innovative solutions to complex challenges and can positively affect the strategic balance in favor of peace and security and freedom and democracy everywhere. We should look together for ways to leverage the experience and commitment of these professional men and women toward that end. I hope my brief comments have helped to provide the committee some increased understanding of private security firms, and I look forward to answering any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. General Rosencrantz, thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the committee, my name is Bob Rosencrantz. I'm a Vice President of DynCorp International and the President of DynCorp International's Technical Services Division. In that capacity, I'm responsible for managing the company's law enforcement services, counter-narcotic support, contingency and logistics support, facility operations, infrastructure development and security services, including related DynCorp international operations in Iraq and Afghanistan. In addition to my experience with the private sector, I served with the U.S. Army for 34 years, retired at the rank of Major General. DynCorp International is pleased to provide this committee with respect to standards, cooperation and coordination of information with respect to standards, cooperation and coordination of contractors working with the U.S. government in battlefield environments. Before I respond to the specific issues the committee requested that DynCorp International address, permit me to clarify the role DynCorp International plays in Iraq and Afghanistan, because I think that's important to this discussion. Providing security services is one of our areas of expertise. Indeed, we have extensive international security experience. We believe we're among the best of the companies who provide such services anywhere in the world. However, DynCorp International, while providing comprehensive security services in battlefield environments, is also involved in many other government services. In Iraq and Afghanistan, we serve as peacekeepers, we provide advisors, we train and deploy civilian police forces after the cessation of conflict, We secure State Department personnel and assets. We provide logistics and contingency support, and we assist in recovery and rebuilding efforts. In Afghanistan, we provide services to eradicate illicit narcotic crops. We're engaged in the removal and destruction of landmines and light weapons. We have a long history of supporting the U.S. government in battlefield environments. We supported every major U.S. military campaign since Korea. We support State Department initiatives to produce stabilization and the rule of law in post-conflict societies. Ensuring basic security in society is the fundamental element in establishing an environment where conflict is minimized and trust and confidence are restored. Providing security in high-threat environments is a critically important activity in support of the successful completion of the missions of the State Department, Defense Department, and the U.S. government. And with that understanding, I'll briefly address the issues raised in the letter of invitation. Roles and responsibilities of DynCorp International in security work are largely mandated by specific contract requirements. Generally, those responsibilities are dictated by the individual customer with whom we're doing business. In all cases, the security we provide is fundamentally protective or defensive in nature. The international legal controls that govern private security services are varied and fact-dependent. DynCorp International engages its corporate legal resources and human resource managers to clearly identify applicable regulations and maintains compliance with these requirements throughout the life of the contract. U.S. regulations and statutes are generally included as contract clause requirements, but may also be promulgated by U.S. military commanders and the designated chief of mission in the area of operations. Due to the nature of the security business, these are generally related to the use of force and standards of conduct. In addition to U.S. and international regulations and statutes, DynCorp International adheres to strict performance standards to qualify security personnel and imposes established professional standards of conduct which govern employees in all assignments. As a result of DynCorp International's involvement in law enforcement and other security-related services since 1994, we have a mature vetting procedure for evaluating and selecting candidates for the provision of these security services. Our process includes extensive investigations, medical screening, psychological assessments, and a variety of other screens described in detail in our formal submission. As with our vetting procedures, we have the benefit of 12 years of active experience developing and refining our training procedures for security assignments. Programs of instruction and course curricula are designed and developed to apply to the specific field assignment, taking into consideration the prevailing security environment. Our experience with the U.S. military, the Department of State, and USAID organizations has been very productive. Almost without exception, coordination with these agencies has been very productive. Despite the struggles we all face with respect to startup activities, we've developed effective working relationships with government counterparts that produce favorable results in a truly collaborative work environment. In conclusion, providing security services in any environment presents a degree of risk to the individual employee and his employer. These risks increase dramatically in battlefield areas like Iraq and Afghanistan. As indicated in our submission, DynCorp International has lost over 24 employees to hostile activity in the fight for freedom in Iraq and Afghanistan. Each death on the battlefield represents a loss to family, friends, and society. Private contractors provide the federal government and other agencies and organizations a critically important service that may otherwise not be available in support of reconstruction, stability, and the establishment of the rule of law. We're confident that continued partnership between the U.S. government and private companies will further refine the expertise and infrastructure that permit us to effectively operate as a team in this environment. As these relationships evolve and mature, greater success and enhanced capacity to respond to critical requirements on current and future battlefields will be the result. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My appreciation to each member of the committee for providing us the opportunity to share our experiences and to participate in this important process.
Let me ask you just very quickly, General, were your folks the individuals that were killed in Gaza in that bomb incident a few years ago?
In where, sir?
In Gaza.
I don't know.
Yeah, they were. Yeah.
I just joined the company.
Okay, well, they were protecting me. Those were the same folks that just previously, when I went into Gaza, protected me, and they were just top-notch. and it just is instructive to me and others. Yeah. You were part of that?
That was, we took over the contract from DynCorp. That's actually Triple Canopy people, Mr. Shays.
Okay. Thank you. You're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman
How did you
and
get
members.
the name Iggy?
That was goes way back when I first joined the unit over 18 years ago, that they have a tradition to give you a call sign. And that was the one that was given me. I think it was a little easier for them to say my name that way.
Well, you're well known in the industry, and welcome to this committee. And I think we are probably screwing you up a bit because I think you're not making the plane you hoped you would make.
All right. Thank you anyway, Mr. Chairman and members, for the opportunity to testify before the subcommittee. I was Triple Canopy CEO until December 05 and now serve on the company's board of directors. Before joining Triple Canopy, I was the Command Sergeant Major of the U.S. Army 1st Operational Detachment Delta. I'll tell you a little bit about Triple Canopy, our culture, and our experiences providing protective services in Iraq. Finally, I will share Mike's perspective on government regulation of private security contractors who serve on the battlefield. Triple Canopy was founded in 03 by the U.S. Army Special Forces veterans to provide integrated security solutions to the U.S. government and private corporations. Our services include personal security details, fixed site security, threat assessments, and counterterrorism training. We provide protective services in extremely hostile environments throughout Iraq. We also provide security services worldwide and have employees in Africa, Asia, the Middle East, and the U.S. Triple Canopy has the do the right thing culture. We are dedicated to legal, moral, and ethical behavior and business practices. We firmly believe that honesty and integrity in all we do serves our clients, employees, and society. We are committed to setting the standard for ethical conduct within the industry and strive to be a good neighbor to the U.S. and abroad. In all of our contracts, Triple Canopy works hard to provide the best possible service at a fair and reasonable price. While placing preeminent emphasis on the quality of service, we still continually strive for cost reductions that can be passed on to our customer as a form of a lower price. It is important to note that all of Triple Canopy's U.S. government contracts are and all have been firm fixed price agreements that were all competitively awarded. Under firm fixed price contract, Triple Canopy assumes all risk for unforecasted increases in company costs and wartime losses. Triple Canopy's record of success stems from our commitment to safety, recruiting, training, and retention. Since the commencement of our operations, Triple Canopy has achieved the fewest reported incidents, injuries, and casualties of any security company that provides protective services on a comparable scale in Iraq. We firmly believe that hiring only highly experienced and professional personnel, providing them with thorough and relevant training prior to deployment, and holding them accountable to high standards once deployed is critical not only to operational success, but also to employee satisfaction and retention. Triple Canopy's recruiting and screening standards are among the industry's most stringent and are explained in detail in my written testimony. Our training produces highly capable operators who are prepared to perform demanding tasks in challenging, high-risk environments. We fully realize the grave responsibility incurred when fielding protective details and will not compromise the safety of our clients by fielding anything but the most qualified personnel. Maintaining rigorous hiring and training standards is the only way to reduce performance problems in the field. Triple Canopy strongly endorses the establishment of U.S. regulations, setting standards for the hiring and training of protective security specialists who support critical government missions on the battlefield. We are all for establishing standards and holding people to them. Substandard recruitment and training creates an environment of poor quality security and potentially increases the threat level on the battlefield. Regulations need to be strong enough to readily identify substandard performers. And finally, private contractors should never provide offensive combat operations. Triple Canopy supports the FAR regulations, which prohibits the government from contracting with organizations that offer quasi-military armed forces for hire. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to testify this afternoon. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you for your time. Mr. Brooks.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, members of the subcommittee, I would like to thank you for inviting IPOA's testimony. It's an honor to appear before you today. As president of the International Peace Operations Association, IPOA, I represent firms from all over the world that provide essential services including logistics, training, and security in support of international peace and stability operations in conflict and post-conflict regions. IPOA predates 9/11, and our focus has always been to ensure that the private sector's enormous capabilities are utilized to support peace operations with professionalism and high ethical standards. IPOA member companies are operating in every peace and stability operation in the world, including Afghanistan, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Haiti, Iraq, and Sudan. Indeed, international peace operations simply would not happen without the critical services of the private sector, which brings enormous efficiencies, capabilities, and cost savings. Ultimately, the more effective our support of international peace and stability operations, the more lives that will be saved in the long run. Our IPOA Code of Conduct was originally written by human rights lawyers and non-governmental organizations and has subsequently been embraced by all IPOA member companies. IPOA and its members work continuously to improve upon the code and to enhance IPOA's enforcement mechanisms. Coincidentally, at the same time as this hearing, or actually previously when the hearing first started, our Standards Committee was meeting at George Mason University working with humanitarian experts and academics to test our accountability mechanisms related to our Code of Conduct. We believe that the IPOA Code of Conduct is a valuable tool for ensuring ethical behavior. Clients, be they states, NGOs, or international organizations, would be well advised to include adherence to the standards set by the IPOA Code in their requests for proposals. I also want to recognize two partner industry organizations that have been instrumental in advancing industry standards, codes, and accountability: the British Association of Private Security Companies in the United Kingdom, and especially the Private Security Company Association of Iraq, that works closely with Iraqi authorities to ensure proper laws, regulations, and accountability. I should note that IPOA represents a broader industry, not just private security companies. The vast majority of private sector employees providing valuable services in complex contingency operations are actually involved in logistics, support, and training operations. Some 90% of the personnel and contract value is actually in logistics and support and training. In general, companies in complex contingency operations can be divided into three general categories: logistics and support companies, the private security companies, and the security sector reform companies. The first category, the logistic and support companies, that's 90% of the industry in value, personnel, everything. That's where the big money is. The second category, the professional security companies, are the ones that protect nouns, as we say, people, place, or things, during a complex contingency operation. They defend things, either armed or unarmed, but they provide the security for them. In the third category, the security sector reform companies are the ones that create a more stable environment in the long run so that you can actually end the peace or stability operation in the long run. Outsourcing services to the private sector has been hugely successful in terms of efficiencies, quality, speed, and results. It is safe to say that the U.S. military in Iraq is the best supported, best supplied military force in history. However, it also makes sense to ensure that the government oversight capabilities are available and capable of ensuring the best results. This can be accomplished through an expansion of contract officer numbers and resources. From a contractor perspective, we strongly support professional and effective oversight that is also standardized between government departments, which has been a problem in the past. Effective oversight simplifies our jobs enormously and allows better competition, reduction in costs, and improvements in quality. Another concern that the industry has faced has been the blue-on-white issue, the so-called friendly fire incidents where PSCs are accidentally fired upon by military units. This has been brought up in previous reports. The nature of complex contingency operations means that mistaken identity will always be a hazard, but there are ways to minimize the problem. This can be done through awareness training in the military, standardized recognition signals, and better coordination of civilian and military movements in the field, all of which are being done to a much greater extent since 2003. At IPOA, we worked with our partners to develop wallet cards that can be distributed to deploying GIs that will give them an idea of what PSCs are doing and what they look like in the field. A draft version of those cards are available here today on the table. One recurrent issue that we face is licensing. Member services, training operations, and equipment exports required licenses from the Department of Defense and Department of State, which is entirely appropriate. However, despite special efforts, the scale of operations in Afghanistan and Iraq have made this requirement a real bottleneck. We believe these offices could be better resourced and the process safely streamlined without compromising appropriate controls over exports of services and equipment. One of the more critical issues that we face is but complex issues in Iraq is regarding the access badges that contractors use. Contractors require these badges to be able to fulfill their contracts. International personnel used to be able to obtain the badges in 2 to 3 days. Now the process can take 10 to 90 days. This is dangerous and frustrating bureaucratic bottleneck has been enormously wasteful in time and resources and is having a seriously adverse impact on the larger mission. This is a problem that could be largely solved by allowing electronic applications or giving international sites outside of Iraq necessary authority.
Let me ask you, how much longer do you have?
I have one short paragraph.
Very good. Sorry I interrupted.
30 seconds, no problem.
Sorry.
This industry is highly responsive. My own field research in Iraq and elsewhere has amply revealed that companies in this highly competitive market are eager to ensure that their clients are satisfied with the quality of work. IPOA includes the most professional, forward-thinking, and ethical companies in the industry, and our members are all publicly committed to our code of conduct. While operations in chaotic conflict and post-conflict regions necessarily require a high degree of flexibility, we should not resign ourselves to compromise on quality. Thanks very much. I look forward to the questions.
Now, I had to get advice from a Croatian. It's Shavakin?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Kucinich.
Mr. Chairman, Congressman Van Hollen, members of the subcommittee, thank you for the invitation to testify today. The Professional Services Council is the leading trade association representing hundreds of companies. Several of our member companies provide security services, including 2 who are on the panel today. Some also have contracts directly with the U.S. government, and as such, we know their concerns as service providers and have been working with them on a myriad of issues. In addition, many of our member companies are operating in Iraq pursuant to contracts awarded by the U.S. government. These firms are consumers of these security services, and we have worked with them to highlight and address their concerns as well. Over the past several years, the Professional Services Council has had extensive interactions with the Department of Defense. In 2004, we conducted an extensive lessons learned project with the Army Materiel Command. We have worked closely with the Department of State, USAID, and other agencies on their Iraq initiatives and their policies and practices affecting our member companies. Finally, we have partnered with the Special Inspector General for Iraq Reconstruction on his comprehensive activities, including his 3-part lessons learned project. In Iraq, there were 3 types of operations taking place concurrently, often in the same geographic space: the military action, the reconstruction activities across the 10 critical sectors, and developmental assistance. Hiring private security support is common for many of our member companies who are routinely engaged in reconstruction and developmental assistance overseas. So Iraq is not new in that regard. However, it is obvious that Iraq has been and continues to be a very dangerous place to live and work, particularly for those individuals and organizations in any way associated with the U.S. government. Thus, work in Iraq continues to present special challenges and issues because of the number of projects the U.S. government has contracted for and that are underway simultaneously, the number of contractors, contractor employees, and facilities that simultaneously require private security support, and the evolving and often deteriorating security situation where the work is to be performed. Private contractors are playing a critical role in each of these concurrent operations. In fact, it would be impossible for the U.S. government to execute the number and scope of projects without the contractor support. And as such, private security firms are an essential adjunct to the U.S. companies executing contracts. These private security firms provide personal security for employees, housing locations, and work sites. They coordinate and provide security for the transportation of key company personnel and resources, and coordinate with government officials when their clients require interaction for official government business. To the extent possible, these private security firms also routinely seek to coordinate with the U.S. military in Iraq on the overall security threat environment. Yet only recently has the U.S. government established the reconstruction operations centers in various regions in Iraq to provide a formal channel for such coordination, even on a voluntary basis. In fact, one of the key lessons learned from our Army Materiel Command effort was the fact that contractor force protection requirements were not integrated into the military planning process. We found too many examples where even the planning required by the Defense Department for those contractors accompanying the force were not followed, and that the roles, numbers, and life support needs of those contractors were not fully addressed. In light of these experiences, the Professional Services Council worked with members of the House Armed Services Committee last year on what became known as the Contractors on the Battlefield Regulatory Act. It was Title 16 of the House-passed National Defense Authorization Bill. While that provision did not become law, the conference report accompanying the law directs the Defense Department to review all policies and guidance and instructions to address security issues raised by both contractors accompanying the force, those directly supporting the military, and those contractors not accompanying the force. and to specifically address 5 enumerated issues in that report. I've mentioned those in my lengthy statement. And today, we are not aware of any formal steps the Defense Department has taken to address those matters. The number and scope of the projects in Iraq, the need to attract, retain, and employ personnel who are essentially on their own for force protection, and the highly variable security environment force contractors to put a premium on hiring skilled, trained, and well-managed security services. Thus, almost from the outset of the Iraq conflict, PSC has strongly recommended that the U.S. government generally, and in particular the Defense Department, adopt a non-traditional role with respect to private security firms. As Mr. Waxman noted in his opening questions, in March of 2003, the Professional Services Council recommended to DoD that it consider taking at least one of 3 initiatives. First, setting standards for private security firms, or better yet, establish a qualified list of firms from which the private sector could contract directly for security services that were needed, or even better still, that DoD directly contract for and supervise those firms that the contracting firms would reimburse. The essence of these requirements was included in the GAO report from July of 2005. In fact, the most vocal supporters for these standards is the industry leaders themselves, as you've heard at this table this afternoon. While the U.S. government raised valid reasons why they did not concur, I think there was a missed opportunity for the government to address what we feared would become a significant growing challenge. Our lessons learned efforts with both the Army Material Command and the Special Inspector General for Iraq Reconstruction highlighted the lack of advanced planning for the security needs of those government organizations. The most significant portion of the State Department's December 2004 revision to their acquisition regulations proposed new coverage requiring State Department contracting officers to address the administrative, logistic, and security support for contractors performing overseas and high-risk activities. The rule was explicit that, unless stated otherwise, the contractor is responsible for all of their support. In-country coordination and communications is essential. It must be a two-way effort, and there is every reason for the government to take advantage of the information that the companies have about the security situation in various parts of the country. Over time, despite the lack of formal methodology or doctrine, many firms have nonetheless created those informal mechanisms.
Could you give me a sense how much longer you have?
30 seconds. In conclusion, hiring private security is common in overseas operations. Iraq is not new in that regard. However, the magnitude and the work and the concurrent operations taking place in the almost unprecedented security environment create unique challenges. But solutions must be approached carefully and with full consultation to address real issues without creating new problems. We would welcome the opportunity to work with the subcommittee on others on these important policy matters. Thank you for the opportunity to appear.
Thank you. I think what we'll do is do 5-minute rounds the first time so we can go through and then come back for a second round. Mr. Marchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we heard in the first panel's testimony, coordination with the reconstruction operation centers is voluntary. I would like to know each of your opinion as to whether it ought to be mandatory or if you think it ought to be voluntary. And I'd like to know whether your company is coordinating with the regional operation centers.
Excuse me, I'm going to amend. We're going to do 10-minute rounds if this is the members we have. So you have 10 minutes.
Mr. Marchant, Blackwater does indeed participate in the regional operation centers. We do coordinate through them.
And do you think it ought to be mandatory?
I think that to the extent that it can be, that it affects area commanders' visibility of the battle space, absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Congressman, we are participants in the ROC, but the type of work we do with the State Department already has the operations center. So for us, it's a sort of a redundant. I think it's useful, and it's certainly very important for those who do not have direct contracts with the government.
Thank you.
Yes, we do. Triple Canopy does. In fact, we were talking about it a little earlier when Aegis, which runs that contract, came in. They asked us to help them set it up. The issue of everyone reporting, it's just common sense. You have to do that in order to get support from the military. If you have an accident or an incident on the road, they're the ones they call, and the ROC is the one that coordinates that. So definitely, in my opinion, everyone needs to do that. It should be mandatory.
Thank you. Mr. Brooks.
Well, of course, we're a trade association, but I think during my visit in December and January, I was quite impressed with the system. I think it's quite useful, both for the contractors and for the military. So I would say it'd probably be a good idea to put it in the contracts that it's a requirement.
I would generally agree. I would just echo Mr. Kunder's earlier comments. There are many of the companies who are providing support to the U.S. government agencies well outside of those areas, and so the nature of the coordination is such that they may not need as much. So there has to be some tempering, but by and large, agree. That coordination, at least from the contractor in, ought to be mandatory. We've suggested that two-way communication, because the military knows a lot that could help in the planning on our side, and there's some concerns about how much information can actually be shared out. But by and large, I think that communication is an important one.
Is the risk of a clash with the military decreased the more coordination you have with the regional operation centers? And do you know of any instances where specifically there was no coordination and it resulted in a very tragic consequence?
Mr. Marchant, I can't offhand recall a specific incident, but obviously more coordination should result in a decreased incidents.
Each of you, would you mind saying, Mr. General Rosencrantz has stated how many casualties, deaths you've experienced in your operations in Iraq?
Blackwater has experienced, we've had 22 deaths in Iraq.
And this is mostly stateside civilians?
In that 22, I believe 4 were third country nationals.
Okay. Thank you.
As I mentioned, we had 26 killed in Iraq. There are a few TCNs in that number. I didn't bring with me the exact number of wounded, but it's a fairly large number.
Gentlemen, just yield a second.
Yes.
When they're wounded, do they go right through the military complex, or do they go through the private sector?
They're given the same kind of medical support as soldiers are.
Good.
They get very good support.
Good.
Even on the KIA, the evacuation procedures is
Gotcha.
really quite good.
Thank the gentleman for yielding.
Mr. Balderas.
Yes, Triple Canopy has suffered 4 casualties, 6 September 2005, and the military does a great job in assisting private contractors. What the military does, they move them to Landstuhl, Germany, where if they're wounded, then the private company picks up and moves them to wherever they need to in the U.S. So all 4 of Triple Canopy's personnel were expats.
And Ms. Brooks, I know that your association.
I don't have anything from the association, but I would call your attention, Mr. Marchant, a report that the Defense Department submitted to the Congress last year in response to Section 1206 of the National Defense Authorization Act. And in that, for the period May 2001 through October 28, 2004. I'm sorry, May 2003 through October 28, 2004. Total casualties, 1,171. Total fatalities, 166, of which 175 casualties were U.S. and 64 fatalities were U.S. That's the period May 03 through October 04. I've not looked at the Defense Base Act or the Department of Labor report for any more current information.
I can say as a congressman that went to Iraq and Afghanistan in the same trip, I was very thankful for the Blackwater people that were there with me. I was not as aware of the danger, I don't think, as they were. And on the trip I was, it was the security was so integrated with the military that it was very difficult for a civilian to know in whose hands you were at any given time. And to me, that seems to be the best possible situation. I just have a couple more questions. What would you say the biggest threat today to your forces that are there, your security forces that are there? Is it the new IEDs? Is it ambushes? Is it people that are communicating to the insurgent forces? What would you identify as the biggest threat?
I don't think there's any doubt that the IED and the VBIEDs are lethal, and they're getting better, and they're more prevalent. Particularly in Afghanistan, we've noticed a considerable uptick in the last few months. But I would say IEDs and variations on IEDs.
I would agree. IEDs, VBIEDs are the most dangerous threat we face right now.
And have you experienced that in other places in the world that you have personnel? Or is it just Iraq and Afghanistan that...
I can't say that it's just Iraq, but it's certainly most intense in Iraq.
Mr. Balderas?
Yes, I agree with Chris on that. Afghanistan, Iraq, and to some extent also Israel, because it seems that that area there has a preponderance for the items that was mentioned, the IEDs and the VBIEDs.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing my questions.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Kucinich.
To Mr. Taylor from Blackwater, what's the approximate annual gross revenue from your company's security work in Iraq?
I don't have that figure with me, Mr. Kucinich. I just don't. I don't have.
Make it available to the committee?
I can certainly. Yes, I will go back with that request to make it available.
Do you know what the trend in your revenue is over the past 3 years?
In revenue with regard to, are we talking about federal contracts? In
your revenue, generally.
Well, clearly, there has been growth in our industry, and we have experienced growth in the industry.
What about Iraq?
We have experienced growth in Iraq as well. The demand for our services is greater.
And could I ask, Mr. Chairman, if the chair would request, the committee would request the approximate annual gross revenue from all the companies represented here today?
I would be happy to request their gross revenues, yeah.
I'd like to ask the gentleman from Blackwater some questions about contracting. Has Blackwater participated in contracts with Regency Hotel and Hospital Company at all?
We were as your exhibit, or I'm sorry, Mr. Waxman's exhibit denotes, we did participate in that contract.
And with U.S. Support Services?
That's correct.
And in those contracts, is it true that you were paying your men $600 a day, but billing Regency $815 a day?
Per the presentation, Mr. Kucinich, $815 a day is the right figure, but it's a fully burdened figure. That includes travel, training, gear, housing, food, the works. That is a fully burdened number. So 815 is the correct number, but it includes everything.
And were you involved personally in any of those discussions at all between Blackwater and Regency?
I was not.
Are you familiar with a person who works for Blackwater by the name of John Potter?
I know who John Potter is.
Okay. John Potter is currently in your employ, is that correct?
I don't believe John Potter is in our employ right now, Mr. Kucinich, but I'll have to go back and check, but I don't believe he is right now.
Would you be willing to provide for this committee any correspondence or internal memoranda relative to the hiring, departure, and rehiring of Mr. Potter by Blackwater in connection with his work under this contract with the government?
Mr. Kucinich, I can certainly take that request back to legal counsel for Blackwater.
Mr. Taylor, is it your understanding that Blackwater cannot be sued for workers' deaths or injuries, and that all liability lies with the government?
Mr. Kucinich, I'm not an attorney, certainly not an expert at all in that area. However, again, I could certainly take that question back to our legal counsel.
And do you, does Blackwater urge the families who have lost loved ones who have been in your employ to apply for benefits under the Defense Base Act?
Under different contracts, the Defense Base Act benefits are provided. They are actually mandated by the programs, the program insurance for contracting entities. So that is at the families. We don't urge anybody, but the benefit is made available to our independent contractors.
Do you advertise the Defense Base Act as a way for Blackwater to service the war to avoid being sued?
Again, Mr. Kucinich, the Defense Base Act insurance is provided as a pass-through cost to the government and is generally mandated to us.
Does Blackwater currently provide security for Ambassador Khalizad in Baghdad?
Yes, we do.
How much does the government pay Blackwater for these services?
Mr. Kucinich, I don't have those numbers in front of me. But it is, as I think
that information
Mr. Starr mentioned on the earlier panel, that was an open and competitively bid contract, and I'm sure that it can be made available to the committee.
To the committee? Can you provide the information to the committee?
If I cannot, sir, I'm sure the Department of State can.
What other government contracts does Blackwater have in Iraq? How many contracts do you have in Iraq?
Government contracts?
Right.
The majority of our work is with the Department of State. We have other contracts in Iraq that are not, that don't fall under USG.
Can you provide this committee with information about how much the government pays Blackwater for their services?
Again, our contracts are open and competitively bid and won. I'm sure that they can be made available to the committee. They're public knowledge.
Can you provide us with that information?
I would have to go back and talk to legal counsel about our specifically providing it, Mr. Kucinich, but I'm sure that the committee can get the information.
In Iraq, what is Blackwater's policy for the type of armor, vehicle, weapons, and personnel required for security escort missions?
That is actually mandated to us by our client, the Department of State.
And the Department of does the Department of State set the terms of your contracts?
Yes, they do.
And does the Department of State, in some cases, require that you provide armor?
We have actually a contract through the Department of State for armored vehicles. That is mandated by the Department of State to us.
Have you ever had an instance where you were required by the Department of State to provide armor and you did not?
I cannot. I don't believe so. But I don't believe so.
Does the Department of State require you to have a certain number of personnel on carriers?
The Department of State has very strict procedures for movements, personal security detail movements, and we follow those to the T.
And has there ever been a time where you didn't follow these requirements of the Department of State in order to save money?
Again, Mr. Kucinich, these are mandated movements and processes by the Department of State.
They're mandated. I'm asking you if you can recall a time.
I cannot, sir.
You have no knowledge of any time.
I have no knowledge of any time that we did not fulfill our Department of State mandate.
Could you talk about Blackwater's expansion into the Philippines?
It is a proposed we have great demand for our training services, and one of the places that we've been looking into offering those training services was in the Philippines.
And are you building a training center in the Philippines?
We are in negotiations and exploration in trying to find out if that's possible.
And who are you negotiating with, the State Department or the Philippine government?
This would be the Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority, who I believe has control over that. But I would have to go back and check particularly, because I am not working that particular project, Mr. Kucinich.
Are you planning to go into Darfur for work?
We're not planning. Of course, we have had discussions on how the resources that Blackwater has could be useful in situations such as the Darfur genocide.
And have you hired Chilean troops that have been trained under Mr. Pinochet? Is that true?
I don't know. We have indeed used Chilean third country nationals before. I have no knowledge of whether or not they served under Pinochet or not.
Are you putting together new training facilities in California?
Again, we're exploring opportunities to expand our training operations in many places.
Does Blackwater engage in offensive operations?
Absolutely not, Mr. Kucinich.
On behalf of the U.S. government?
Absolutely not.
On behalf of foreign governments?
Absolutely not.
Or private entities in Iraq?
Absolutely not.
Afghanistan, anywhere in the world?
We do not engage in offensive operations, Mr. Kucinich.
Thank you.
I just want to say that you answered quickly. I just want to make sure you're comfortable with all those answers, because he hadn't even finished his questions. I'm not trying to change the answer. I just want to make sure that you've thought about his question, because you are under oath, and I just want to make sure.
Chairman Chase, it is a common question for the industry, and we do not execute offensive operations.
Okay, thank you.
I thank the chair.
I thank the gentleman. We'll go to my colleague from Maryland. He has the floor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank all of you gentlemen for your testimony as well. As I said in my opening statement, I think that clearly there's an appropriate role for private security contractors in places like Iraq and elsewhere. The issue is exactly what functions and roles are being played and what kind of oversight there is. And it's my view that the United States government, the federal government, has a responsibility in making sure that the taxpayer is getting a fair treatment. It is the responsibility of the contractor to make sure you provide quality services under the contract, that you don't gouge the taxpayer. But the oversight from the federal government is important. And the federal government, seems to me, should have a system set up to assure that the taxpayer gets the best deal. And in that context, I would like to ask you, Mr. Taylor, just a couple questions, because I think that the chart we've got here today actually illustrates some of the problems with the overall system from my perspective in the cost plus with a percentage at the top. Let me ask you first, are you familiar with the article that appeared in the News Observer several years ago that talked about the pricing structure for your company, for Blackwater USA? It was a couple years ago. It was after the 4 individuals who were members of your company had been killed in Fallujah, and the newspaper wrote a story about that. They also obtained information about the payments received from those 4 individuals. Are you familiar with that?
I am not, actually. If it was an article, I understand I read many things that are printed about our industry.
I understand, but that's just, that's the basis for a number of the charts, numbers on the charts Mr. Waxman presented. My understanding is a number of the family members of the people who got killed were upset about the fact that despite the amount of money being charged to the federal government and the taxpayer for these services, not enough was provided for security. And that's the basis of the information. So the information drawn on these charts is based on documents that were obtained by this newspaper about those particular individuals. Now, I just want to make sure I understood your response to a question by Mr. Kucinich regarding the $815 a day charge. As I understand, you said that was fully loaded. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Because that article, and this is an opportunity to correct the article if you want, it said that the Blackwater charges to Regency for Zofco's work, he was one of the individual contractors involved in that terrible incident, were $815 a day, a markup of $215. It then goes on to say, in addition, Blackwater billed Regency separately for all its overhead and costs in Iraq, insurance, room and board, travel, weapons, ammunition, vehicles, office space. In other words, they said that you billed separately for that overhead. And you're saying, I just want to make it clear, you're saying that that overhead was part of the $815 a day charge.
I am told that the $815 was a fully burdened charge, sir.
If you could, I don't know if you have documents, just because the article was based on documents that were obtained through some people who worked for Blackwater, and they reached a different conclusion. If you could provide the committee with those documents, it would be helpful.
Again, I can certainly take that request back to legal counsel. And
No, let me just tell you this part, though. I mean, because you're on record, and I feel like I'm a friendly participant in this dialogue. You're on record as saying that it basically these constitute the full force, so you do need to document that. These $800 is the full cost of all the things that involve the training, the housing, and so on. It's not, and so we just want documentation that shows that to be correct.
again, Congressman Chase, I will certainly go back to legal counsel.
No, but I'm trying to say it differently. I know you're going to go back.
Yes.
I need to make sure that you provide us that information. Now, whether it's you that provides it or someone else, I just want to say this is not an issue of, you have the option to not provide that information. Please tell your superiors that you have testified that, and I believe you, so you don't have a problem with me, that you have testified that this constitutes the full cost. If it in fact doesn't, you need to set the record straight that it doesn't with documentation, and if it does, you need to just provide us the documentation that shows it's true. It's a common request, and one to which I know you can't commit what your company does. I understand it. You're not the man in charge, but you're close to it. So that's all. Yeah.
I understand the request.
Okay, good.
Yes, sir.
And we understand what you're saying to us, just as long as that gets conveyed to them. Fair enough.
Absolutely.
Thanks. Okay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, under this, the contract structure you had, as I understand, if you just could look at that chart, Halliburton had the umbrella contract. Is that correct?
I am not personally aware of that, sir.
Okay. You did not know that at the top of the subcontracting pyramid was Halliburton.
I am not personally aware of that, sir.
Okay. Let me just ask you and maybe some of the others just a general question. There's a quote from a fellow by the name of Henry Bunting. He's a former Halliburton purchasing officer, and he said a common refrain in 2003 in Kuwait for managers at KBR, that's Kellogg Brown and Root, a division of Halliburton, was don't worry about price, it's a cost plus. And he goes on to say there's no question the taxpayer is getting screwed. This is a fellow who was an Army staff sergeant in Vietnam. There's no incentive for KBR or their subs to try to reduce costs. No matter what it costs, KBR gets 100% back plus overhead plus profit. That is right? In other words, that is the structure. It's a cost plus structure, and assuming you have a number of subs, from Halliburton's perspective, or whoever is at the top of the pyramid, the more subs and the more costs, the better off in terms of the return for the person at the top. Is that right?
Mr. Van Hollen, for Blackwater, we only engage in firm fixed price contracts. We don't have cost plus contracts. We don't propose cost plus contracts. We have only firm fixed price.
Right, but you're at least in this particular instance, you're at the near the bottom. The individual employee who's your employee is the only other person you're paying out. So now my question to you, and this is maybe a general question, if we could keep our answers as short as possible, just because we have limited time. But I mean, under this design, the design for a cost plus contract, is it not true that there's no incentive for the person at the top of the pyramid, if they're getting cost plus a percentage fee, to keep their costs at a minimum? Is there any incentive? Can you tell me if there's any incentive there for the person at the top of the pyramid to keep their overall costs low?
The incentive is in the award fee, because in your hypothetical, and I don't know enough about the specific contract, but in the hypothetical, if the award fee is tied to cost, then the lower the cost, the higher the award fee. And so there is an incentive through the award fee, and that's what the 2% is, was explained earlier with respect to, if I understand this portion of the contract, how it would apply.
My understanding is this was a cost plus. I don't know if there was any award fee for coming under costs. I mean, if anyone knows about this, I'm talking about this particular.
I'm going to stick my neck out a bit. KBR is not a member company, but the way it's been explained to me by JAG lawyers and so on, essentially when there's a task that's been given to KBR or another company on a cost-plus basis, the company sits down with the contract officers or with the procurement people, and they decide on how much the maximum cost will be, and then the company has to go and stay under that cost. So there's a process there that comes up with a cap on how much it's going to cost, say $10 million for a base in the desert or something like that. So that's where you get the controls. Now, the value of the cost plus is that it gives you the flexibility you need in a complex contingency operation where you don't know what the final cost will be, and you can come up with some sort of accurate estimate.
Right. My understanding is in the log cap contracts that did not happen. What you just talked. We can go back and take a look at that. But let me ask you, because we talk about the fact that private contracting for security services can provide a return to the taxpayer. And I think under certain circumstances, that's true. I just want to pursue this idea a little bit with respect to Iraq. Because in the particular case that we're talking about here, with respect to the $600 a day for the security officer, which comes out to, as I understand it, it's about approximately $180,000 a year. If you were to take somebody of Mr. Zofko's experience and rank, he'd been a sergeant, and you took a sergeant in the active duty military, the equivalent in terms of the salary would be about $38,000 a year. So my question to you is this. I mean, isn't it the case that the administration is essentially relying on private contractors in many cases not to provide cost savings, but because to add 48,000 additional troops, and 48,000, according to the GA report, is the number of private security people in Iraq right now, would not be politically palatable? Because at least in this case, maybe Mr. Taylor, you can correct the figures if I'm wrong, $180,000 a year for the employee you are paying versus $38,000 a year, plus maybe health benefits and other for a sergeant in the regular Army. That does not seem to be a benefit to the taxpayer. If you could explain.
Yeah. And I'm going to just say that the gentleman's time has concluded, but this is a very important question that I'd like all of you to answer, and this is frankly an opportunity. Make your case. Why you guys instead of the military? And I'll be happy to let the gentleman follow up if there's a point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So just make your case. Why don't you start? We've had Mr. Taylor answering a lot of questions. Let's give him a rest.
Well, first of all, we have to compete for the contracts, even the ones that only have 3
Let me make
awards.
sure your mic is on.
Perhaps I'm not close enough. You have to compete for your contracts. They're not indefinite. And so if you're not competitive, if you don't deliver the value, then you won't return. And certainly all of us have had that experience.
Let me just interrupt it by saying you've lost contracts because someone else got the contract instead of you.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and you lose because of a variety of reasons. It's up to the customer, but certainly one of the important facets of that is the cost that you are to the customer. I think that we tried to bring people into Iraq at the most competitive price that we can get to. And as it gets in certain conditions in Iraq, depending on the scarcity of the population of, say, police, to recruit police, that changes the amount of money you have to pay to get them to go. But the number that you end up with does not necessarily reflect what you normally call salary because of the uplifts, because of the tax break, and other factors that are entered into that total number. And that's why people choose to go there, but they go there for 1 year, they get enough money, they go back to wherever they came from, and they go back to $40,000 a year. I think we're competitive. Our company is competitive. I think you won't find a large variation in what we have to pay to get certain skills, and particularly if it's a management skill. But the number that you're using there, I think, is a little bit deceptive in the fact of what that actual salary is, and that not including the other pieces that get added to it.
Others can respond. Let's keep going.
Yes, one of the things on the, what was already talked about as salaries is that we don't set the salary rates. The contracting office does. It's market rates. We propose labor rates, and whether the bid is successful or not is dependent on the contracting officer and the entire proposal, and they usually go with the lowest cost. So that's how you lose a competitive bid. So again, we don't set the rates. We just suggest what they could be, what the labor we could get. Now, as far as the total costs, again, you have to look at the total picture of what it buys. What the individual contractor has to do, there is no retirement plan for him. He has to get his own health insurance, his family, or an individual, as already been mentioned, a military person already has that. We're not talking long-term costs either. Looking at the military is that an individual has got a retirement plan. I encourage people that in the military stay there to at least 20 years so you get the retirement benefit, you get health care. One of the issues under the TRICARE is that it's a great program, but only if you complete your 20 years. So I advise guys to stay there and get that. Because out in the civilian market, health costs are climbing twice, almost double every year. It's gone from 8 to 10 to 16 to 20%. So corporations have to deal with that as well for employees. An individual working contracts, spending a short time over there trying to get a high paycheck, has to support his family off of that. As I said before, health care. There is no long-term plan for a guy doing this type of work. It's high risk, and it's an individual choice to go over there. Anyway, my opinion, it is a cost-effective because of the fact of long-term care. If you look at the military, you can see the military is now married. They have personnel that are married. When I came in the Army over 25 years ago, most of the military personnel in the service were not married. Now we have schools. We have additional building construction for housing units on post. We have health care issues for the family, their entire career service member's time, and after when he retires. That support still is there for that service member. So that's a long-term care plan that the military and DOD has to deal with, where a contractor, a DOD contractor, any contracting officer can end that contract tomorrow, and that person's out of work.
I think this is a great question. It really gets to the heart of the whole issue of using contractors for a lot of these services in areas of conflict. It really comes down to a case of capability versus cost effectiveness. When you have a soldier, a second lieutenant in Iraq, theoretically at least, they can call in a B-52 strike, they can call in tanks, they can have all this sort of enormous capability behind them to do this sort of thing. You don't necessarily need that capability to guard a fence, or to guard a gate. Maybe you need somebody with a different kind of capability or less capability. The way the military, I've talked to people at the Pentagon about this, the way they calculated it, it's costing them $15,000 per soldier per month in Iraq, which is pretty expensive. Now, obviously, that's not salary. That's all sorts of other things that has been mentioned already. That's just for the guys in Iraq. And of course, the other issue you have to remember is that the military rotates these people out. So you have a 2 or 3 to 1 ratio of people outside Iraq that are leaving Iraq, that are getting ready to come back to Iraq, that are training or whatever else. So there's all this other money that's sort of going on behind the scenes that's involved in keeping the military there. You need the military there. It has its own reasons for being there and its own capabilities. What our companies do is support that military option. I also want to point out that when they kick around these numbers of contractors in Iraq, we need to be clear whether we're talking about security contractors or non-security contractors and whether they're Iraqi or not. Many of our member companies have ratios or have percentages of Iraqi employees of upwards of 70 or 80%. And this is normal. Most companies, when they work in areas in Balkans or in Sierra Leone or in Liberia, they hire as many locals as they can, which is a good thing for the economy. It's a good thing from an ethical perspective. It's a good thing from a legal perspective. So when you kick out the number of 48,000, you're probably talking an awful lot of Iraqis, 50, 60% at least, probably higher. And I think the other thing I wanted to point out is that even in the United States, we have 3 times as many private security as we do police. So it's not unusual that Iraq would have a large number of private security people.
I would just add to that, first of all, is the size of the available workforce to meet the number of projects that are underway. Simply insufficient military. Even if all of the military, even if numbers of available was not the issue, or the policy was not the issue. I don't think there's enough to provide the force protection that's necessary. Mr. Van Halen, I think as you're familiar with many of the developmental assistance programs around the globe, and in some cases even in Iraq and Afghanistan, where the companies prefer to have distance between themselves and the U.S. military in order to carry out their work. And so in many cases there's a preference, both on the government side as well as on the company side, to avoid that force protection. Finally, to benefit, this is a sheddable workforce. If the project ends, the workforce goes away. And not so in the military. You've got to task them, you've got to continue to train them. And so another benefit to having the using of contracts, as the other panelists have said, there's a cost effectiveness, there's a resource capability, there's a resource availability. All have to come into play.
If I could just very quickly
sure. Just respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just remember that the last gentleman spoke was the individual you introduced. So he's first among equals in this group. You had to have been persuaded by his comments.
I understand.
That's the quid pro quo.
He did a very good job. But let me just ask a couple questions here, because again, as I said in my opening statement, and again,
don't get carried away. Your time ended a long time ago. Do you want to make a comment? I want some time.
Well, let me make a couple comments. First of all, Ms. Taylor, just for the record, the contract with Regency and Blackwater specifically makes it clear that Regency is a subcontractor of Kellogg, Brown, and Root. So it's in the contractor that your company signed with Regency that at the top of the pyramid was KBR, and so which is consistent with this chart that we're showing. Secondly, again, the question is not whether there are certain circumstances under which it's good to have private security contractors. I just want to go back to the cost, because what was the figure you gave, Mr. Brooks, for the military?
$15,000 per month, and that's an average.
But that includes the whole overhead. I mean, they
absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. But we're talking in this case an individual employee with the rank of an experience of a sergeant, $600 a day, which does calculate out to $180,000 a year. And, anyway, I'm just quoting from the Regency. They did the math. The newspaper did the math. And so the question is, what is the taxpayer getting the best for the tax dollar that we're paying? And I must say that we've been trying to get to the bottom of a lot of these questions as a subcommittee, and I will end with this, Mr. Chairman, that Mr. Waxman long ago wrote to Brigadier General Jerome Johnson with the Army Field Support Command, asking for questions. Any Defense Department reports comparing the cost of paying contractors to provide security services or logistical support under the log cap contract with the cost to the Army of providing the services or support itself? That's the question that we've been asking here. We have received no response back to this letter. It's dated November 30th, 2004. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. I want to thank all of you for being here. I think that the men and women who serve with you are true heroes, and they are risking their lives every day, bottom line. I do want to clarify, because I may not have been as clear as I want, and I want to be clear about this. When my staff director and I went to the West Bank for a week, 9 Corps was protecting us, because that was 2003. We were there during the Easter recess. And when we went into Gaza City for the day, we went with 3 cars plus an additional car behind us. And that additional car, we didn't know who was in it. It was all black. They went in. They never got out of that car. But when we got out of the gate, they walked out. And they were covered from head to toe with everything you could imagine. And I said, what would happen if your services were required? And they explained, you wouldn't want to be anywhere around us. Now, those individuals, 2 of those individuals, I think died about a month later, because they were blown up by an IED on the way in or out of Gaza City. I'm forgetting which. And I just want to say, having looked in their eyes, knowing that they were there to protect us, and to know they lost their lives, this is not child's play. I'm not suggesting anyone is suggesting that, but I want to put it on the record. They are doing extraordinarily dangerous work. And I do think the question that was asked about cost and benefit, I do buy in totally and completely to the fact that the military has 3 shifts. And you have one training, you have one kind of in the back, and you have one in the action. And in this case, you're totally right. We only pay for when they're there. And when we want to dump them, we can just get rid of them. There is a cost-effective aspect to this. And if there were earlier contracts that did cost plus, even then, the government has got to be looking at this and saying, you know, we don't like your cost plus, we're going to look at someone else to come in. But a cost plus is not, in my judgment, the way we would want to design contracts as a general rule. I want to ask you all, and I'm going to say to you, Mr. Balderas, I noticed that the colonel on my staff seemed to be more impressed with you as the Delta Force. And I said, what the heck's going on here? And he said, you know, he used to fly you guys into Laos and some other places when he was in Vietnam manning a helicopter. And I said, so you mean they're as good as the SEALs? And he said, no, better. Now that was his perspective. So as the top enlistee in the Delta Force, you just kind of won him over. So he made me very impressed with what you do, and I appreciate your expertise and your service to our country. But there is this definite conflict and bias that my staff director has. I'd like to ask all 3 companies, do you all share the same armor, the same vehicles, the same IED jammers? Give me a sense. Do you sometimes compare notes? I mean, you're competitors, but I would like to think you all want the best, and if you got the best, you're not going to just keep it to yourselves. And you all have training. Tell me where you interface and where you don't, and if you don't interface, tell me that too. Mr. Taylor, have you had a rest from answering questions? Are you ready to go again?
I'm fine, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
At the operator level, at the people who are actually doing the heavy lifting, there is absolutely work between and among, even though we're competitors, among the companies. Because necessarily during our operations we overlap. We could overlap. And in that case we understand the value, particularly as former enlisted guys, of very direct communication to ensure that we're not getting in each other's way, that we're not getting in anybody else's way, and that we're able to fulfill whatever mission it is that we have. With regard to gear and everything else, that is generally contractually mandated and is provided for in an RFP, or a request for a proposal. That is identified in that request for proposal.
Thank you. I'd like to just go down the line.
Well, we certainly are close to each other. We share a camp in Baghdad, and sometimes you can be too close, I guess, but I think there's a lot of interaction among the companies. Government disperses us in different parts of the countries where we serve, but I think not only do we interact, but we rate each other's populations, you know, for new hires, and so I think there's a lot of interaction among the companies. As far as equipment, in the State Department contract for the WPPS, there's a great commonality. On the civilian police side, when we submit a proposal, we can suggest the type of equipment that we think is appropriate, and then the INL folks in State Department decide, you know, whether they can afford it. That includes airplanes, that includes the types of vehicles, and other types of equipment. And I was asked by counsel at one point, you know, what we knew about this core equipment for detecting IEDs, or rather for preventing the detonation of IEDs. We did do some experimental work with that, or at least we supported the experiment in Iraq. I don't know what the outcome was on that. They just gave us some copies. This is the type of jammer that it'll stop both the transmitted signal and jam it, or it'll do something to the signal that's already preset, which is the other kind of explosive device. So we get involved in that tangentially, really. But as far as equipment on the one program, I think it's pretty common type of equipment. On the police side, there's more experimentation. And we have changed over the last 2 years as to what kind of vehicles we use, what kind of equipment we use.
Thank you. Mr. Balderas?
Yes, it depends on the contract, Congressman. For example, all three companies here are on the worldwide contract for Department of State, and most of that equipment is GFE, government furnished equipment. So there is a commonality because sometimes we do interchange, so all that is the same. As far as working together, it's absolutely true. The guys on the ground do work together. The force, it's common sense to do so. In fact, when we had our incident in September of last year, it was a DynCorp security element that stopped and they did, our guys on the ground. So yeah, the guys on the ground do work together and share and pass info. In fact, some of the guys actually have probably worked for all three companies at one time or other. So they all stay on the ground and stay in contact.
Thank you. Let me ask the three of you, and I'm not trying to be cute here, but when you're competing based on service and cost. Is there the possibility that the low bidder uses inferior protective gear?
Again, depending on the contract, some contracts you are asked to provide your own, but for most of the DoD and DOS contracts, there are strict requirements on the contract, which you have to meet the requirement. So again,
I really asked a question that had been answered before I asked it. The bottom line is most of the equipment is provided.
It's government furnished or in the contract requires and states what type of gear you're supposed to show up with.
Let me ask you, you each have your own training procedures. Which one of you is responsible for training Iraqi police in Jordan?
That'd be DynCorp.
DynCorp, right, okay. So you are basically training the police, at least those police that are trained in the Jordan training.
We support the Jordan Training Center.
Okay.
We provide the logistical, well, we did up until...
Oh, you're not doing the teaching, you're just doing the protective... I mean, are you training these police officers?
We do the logistics on the school in Jordan, we did.
Okay.
We do our mentoring and advising on site in the regions of the two countries.
Gotcha.
We have 1,000 police advisors in the two countries who conduct the training. For instance, in Afghanistan, there are regional training centers. We conduct the training there. At CTC in Afghanistan, we do training. And in Iraq, we do training for the police, with the police. It's a direct training with the Iraqis and Afghans.
Before I ask if there's anything that anyone wants to put on the record, I would invite Mr. Kucinich just to follow up on a question, or my colleague, the Vice Chairman, or just a couple, and let's do it.
Mr. Chairman, I'm concerned about the suffering caused by war-induced psychological injury for the individual and his or her immediate family and societies working for the private security companies here. As you no doubt know, the gold standard study on this question was mandated by Congress a decade ago, or actually a decade after the end of the Vietnam War. It was called the National Vietnam Veterans Readjustment Study. And one of the important findings of the study was the likelihood of violent criminal behavior by veterans with post-traumatic stress disorder. The study investigators surveyed veterans for the number of violent acts they had committed in the last year, and nearly one-fifth of individuals in the study with PTSD self-reported committing 13 or more violent acts in that year. Violence on such a scale implies sometimes criminal activity such as armed robbery, gang activity, and assaults, not confined to domestic violence. But the study also found a very high incidence of criminal behavior among veterans whose war experience was high stress. It's 14.4%. The implication of that is that the diagnosis of PTSD does not capture all the psychological injuries that can result in the commission of violent acts, because we all know that the stress of theater of war can cause psychological injuries, and we care deeply about the health of the employees of private military contractors, about the people of Iraq they work with, and about the American society they return to. I just want to ask a couple questions about the measures that the owners and management of private military contractors are taking in this area. First, I'd like to know about...
Just say for the gentleman, I told Mr. Balderas he couldn't take an earlier flight, so please make sure he's asked a question so I don't feel guilty.
Well, Mr. Balderas, I'd like to know, thank you, Mr. Chairman, about the environment in which your employees work. What percentage of your employees in Iraq do you believe are in danger from roadside bombs, kidnapping, or ambush?
As far as all the employees for Triple Canopy that work in Iraq, unfortunately, they're all under that same risk.
What attempts to monitor your employees in Iraq before, during, and after their return for key signs of psychological injuries such as alcohol abuse, drug abuse, anxiety disorders, PTSD, violent acts. You know, do you have any monitoring at all?
Yes, we do. We do a psychological profile as part of our assessment, recruiting, and hiring practice. But one of the things I did in early 04...
Exit interviews?
Yes, and one of the things that we actually did when we got heavily involved in 04 was I went ahead and started a program that was based on a casualty assistance program in the military. And we went in and contracted with a doctor that also works for Fort Bragg as part of the mental health program. And he is on call. He served us well when we had our incident of the 4 personnel we lost. He was able to call a mental health specialist in each of those areas to counsel the family. Then he personally met the plane at Dover. And he recently just came back from Iraq to go over and talk to our people that are over there right now, just to get the sense. Because one of the things that I learned in the military that is true now, that an individual that is under a lot of stress sometimes doesn't want to let you know because it carries a stigmatism, and they are a fear of their job. So we have a program where they can call him, and he wanted to make sure they knew that they could call him offline. And
so you do have provisions for your employees in Iraq to get treatment for any psychological injuries?
Yes, and that is offline of the program on the company so that it has some type of shielding for the employee.
And is that true of Blackwater, Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Mr. Kucinich.
Is that true of DynCorp?
Yes, it is. We keep a psychologist over there.
And could you tell me, do you also find yourself in situations where your employees file workers' comp claims against the company because they feel that they were injured on the job and therefore deserve some kind of compensation? Mr. Balderas?
No, we haven't really had.
Like that?
Part of the issue under the Defense Base Act, if someone is injured, they are covered under a workers' comp, but not as far as they not being felt that they are dealt with fairly. The company does try to go above and beyond to treat everyone the same.
So you don't have any workers' comp issues, is that what you're saying?
No.
Mr. Major General?
I don't know about
any workers' comp.
Any type
Mr.
of
Taylor, do you have any
claim of
workers'
that
comp
sort.
issues?
I don't know of any.
And Mr. You don't know of any?
I don't know of any. Additionally, I'd like to point out...
Will you check with your
of course I will.
Legal advisors and let them know?
Of course I would.
Thank you.
Mr. Kucinich, if I could point out, one of the things that we also do is we have a full-time chaplain who's the former chaplain of the Marine Corps in our employ at Blackwater. And,
you a trained psychologist?
He has a career's worth of dealing with people who have served in combat and have come back
Clinical background?
Home. I'd be glad to forward to you Father Pucciarelli's background.
Just one last question to Mr. Balderas. How many of your employees in Iraq or returned from Iraq are dealing with alcohol abuse? Do you have any idea of quantifying it?
No.
Drug
no,
abuse?
Mr. Knish, I don't have that information. I know of no issues.
Anxiety disorders?
I could check with Dr. Martin and find out in that manner, but...
PTSD? I mean, do you...
As far as, psychological issues, I'd have to talk to him offline.
Well, I thank you. Mr. Chairman, I mean, obviously, this is something that is important as a health issue for the employees of private contractors, as well as for the American society when people come back, to make sure that if you're identifying people who have difficulties, you're providing them with assistance and treatment. You do have follow-up, you say. Each of you have said that. That's important for this committee to hear that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Chris, do you have a question that you want to...
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question based on your testimony, Mr. Shvatkin, where you stated in the written testimony...
Is this a coincidence that you're finally going to your constituents?
No.
He's trying to protect me from rush hour on 270, Mr. Chairman.
Give another 15 minutes. It'll loosen up a little bit. You got it right. Way back in March of 2003, at the very outset of hostilities in Iraq, your organization, PSC, Professional Services Council, recommended the senior acquisition leadership of the Department of Defense that the DoD consider taking, as you say, one of 3 initiatives. 1, setting standards for private security firms who wanted to operate in Iraq, or 2, better yet, establish a qualified list of firms from which the private sector would contract directly for services, or even better still, the DoD directly contract for and supervise these private security firms, and the contracting firms that they would reimburse. Those recommendations were picked up, Mr. Chairman, as you may recall, in a 2005 GAO report. My understanding is that, however, as of today, they have not been adopted by the Defense Department. And my question to you is, why do you think these recommendations are important, and why have they not been adopted, to the best of your knowledge, by the Defense Department or other contracting agencies?
And I would like to add, if the gentleman would allow me, I'd like the others of you to say whether you think that these recommendations were important.
Mr. Van Hollen, we saw the situation in Iraq as it was just emerging. We had a concern of a long-term set of issues for the use of the contractors accompanying the force, as well as the reconstruction and USAID activities, which were just beginning. Many of our companies, while they're familiar with buying security services, we saw feared the magnitude would be such that knowledge would far outstrip both capability as well as availability. And that's why we went down the suggestion that the government at large and the Defense Department, which was in charge of the security operations in all of Iraq at the time, take those steps to facilitate those coordination and communications among the companies, the security forces, and to assist those companies that had to buy security on their own to find the most capable, the most qualified, the most effective kind of security support. I think those recommendations remain valid. I've read through some of the commentary in the GAO report as to why the agencies didn't believe that they were appropriate. Some of them are fair legal interpretations of the government's role, still remain valid today. I still hope that as a result of this hearing, the Defense Department or the U.S. government would adopt those recommendations.
So your view is those recommendations should still be adopted?
My view is those recommendations are still valid today.
Thank you.
I would like you to just quickly respond to whether you think these recommendations make sense.
I think largely they're okay. I think we have to remember we need to keep the flexibility in any sort of conflict, post-conflict environment. You need to have some flexibility that allows you to adapt to the situation. As we say, you don't need James Bond to guard a gate. You need somebody who's capable and professional. So the standards have to be very carefully set so that it allows scaling depending on the level of threat and the need.
Yes, I support those recommendations.
I think Department of State has set a good standard. And the two programs that we're a major player in, they set high standards and they get good results. And it's sort of ironic. I mean, a lot of what our companies are doing is a result of the fact that defense cannot do it. They're overcommitted or they're under-resourced. I think everyone agrees to that. So it's somewhat ironic that they're not engaged, because the buck stops over there. And they could take a lead from state on how to do it and should do it.
Yes, we would generally support those recommendations.
Mr. Kucinich just has one. Thank you, Francis.
Yeah, I thank the chair for his indulgence. I've heard that one of the gentlemen, may have been Mr. Brooks, said that 60% of the people in Iraq who are employed by private security are Iraqis. Did you say that?
Roughly.
Roughly. The costs that are on this sheet of $600 a day, that's not what the employees get, is it? It's just what you charge for the employees, for individual employees?
Is that this chart?
That's that chart.
That would depend on the quality of employee that you're hiring.
Right, with all the costs that are involved, that's what.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to ask these guys what they charge
well,
for different.
Here's my question. For people who are doing similar work, do you pay Iraqis the same that you pay non-Iraqis? Does the industry?
Not even close.
Mr. Black, do Iraqis get the same pay for the same work? Mr. Taylor?
They don't do the same work, Mr. Kucinich.
In no case.
From Blackwater's perspective, they are not doing high-threat protection of
So the Iraqis are the lowest paid then?
I have no idea, Mr. Kucinich.
Could you get the information from your legal counsel and provide it to us?
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you.
But to just be clear about your testimony here, you're basically saying they're not doing that kind of work. You're not asking them to do that kind of work, therefore they're not going to get paid those kind of dollars.
But for similar work?
We would have to define similar. High threat protection of a U.S. ambassador is not performed by local Iraqis. that
Mr.
requires a different skill set.
If I could weigh in on that, I think what you're getting to is, yes, an American who goes to work in Iraq, whether driving a truck or mechanic, can expect to earn, say, double what they would in the United States. If they're from Nepal or if they're from the Philippines or something, then even driving a truck or something, it's 10 times what their salary would have been back at home. Is it as much as an American? Probably not. But it's still a lot more than they would get at home. So the employees, the third country nationals, and the Iraqis that I talked to when I was in Iraq were quite happy with their salaries.
Mr. Chairman, I think it would be interesting for this committee to have the gentlemen who are here in the industry provide us with a chart which shows, how much an American there gets paid, how much a Nepalese gets paid, how much an Iraqi gets paid for similar work. I mean, I think it'd be very interesting for us to have that information.
Well, let me just say, if the gentleman would like it, I would be happy to request it. From my own perspective, I would be outraged if someone who left their own country at a certain salary structure was ultimately getting what someone would get who came from a country where their reimbursement would have been much higher. So I'm not on the same wavelength, but I would be happy to, if that could be provided to the committee, what the different pay scale. I'll just ask the two folks that do the association work to provide that for us. Just give us a sense of what folks would get. I mean, Mr. Brooks, it's your response, really, but I think what you're saying is that in some cases they might get 10 times more they would get in their own country. And then you can take that information and conclude with it as you'd like.
I appreciate the gentleman's indulgence to let me ask that question, and I think that no matter what country we're in, there's always questions of equity that need to be looked at.
But usually you hire what the minimum required to do the job. And if it's a type of job where you can hire somebody and get them at a lower salary, that's the type of person.
I understand. I just am, I'm looking at this chart. This is where we started this hearing. If the government's being charged $600 a day for an employee, that employee happens to be an Iraqi, he's getting paid $10 a day, we'd be interested.
I mean, it doesn't work that way. I mean, if you have a person has to do a shark team or do a PSD and requires a clearance, you have no choice in who you're going to hire. If it's somebody that is going to provide local security and it can be an Iraqi, then you hire an Iraqi. You would never bring somebody over.
If I could back that up, I think one of the really interesting things for me when you look at this industry, it's truly a global industry. And companies that worked in the Balkans and are now working in Iraq have actually brought some of their employees who have been working their way up the corporate ladder to work in Iraq. And in Darfur, you have companies that worked in Sierra Leone that have brought Sierra Leoneans who are now part of the management structure. That's quite normal. And for the companies who are competitive, it's cheaper to use a Sierra Leonean and give them a very good wage by Sierra Leonean standards than it is to hire an American to do the same thing. So it's a global industry, and they try to be as cost-effective as possible.
Let me say, I have found, this is your life's work right now, so for you this is old hat stuff, but for me this was a very informative hearing. You've been an excellent panel, and Mr. Balderas, if you had left to take your plane, it wouldn't have been as good a panel. So
Thank you.
If your
Thank you,
wife
Mr.
wanted
Chairman.
to leave earlier, I thank her for understanding that you were a valued part of this. All of you were. This was a very interesting hearing, both panels, and I thank you very much. Is there any closing comments that you would like to make that won't get Mr. Kucinich or Mr. Van Hollen to ask a follow-up question?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
General? No, but anything that we need to put on the...
These folks, these women and men, and by the way, we have a number of women in our police program, they're doing a magnificent job. Everybody who gets protected by them, the people who watch our police program in action, are so impressed. These are just marvelous people.
Thank you. Mr. Balderas?
Mr. Chairman, just Triple Canopy, just like to thank you for having the opportunity to talk to you today. And also on behalf of all the veterans there at Triple Canopy, we'd just like the opportunity to continue to serve our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Brooks?
Real quick, we do have public companies. I just want to say right off the bat that are publicly known, so their incomes and their contracts are quite open. Armor Group, MPRI are two member companies that are public companies. Good oversight makes for good companies. I mean, and if you look in our presentation, we're happy for good oversight. We look to support oversight from the government side. code of conduct is useful for making good companies. I mean, we have a code of conduct. I think if all companies should abide by, I think they all have similar codes of conduct, but it's useful to have that public and so that everybody knows what the rule is. And finally, I'd just like to say it's been an honor to be on the panel with these folks here. I mean, they're amazing.
Constituent of Mr. Van Hollen, would you like to get the last word?
These are complicated issues, Mr. Chairman. They require good thought. We appreciate the attention that the subcommittee has paid. We look forward to a continued dialogue with you on it.
Well, again, very interesting hearing. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Any question that you said you would follow up on, it's important that there be that follow-up and communicate with our committee. And if there's not the ability to get exactly what we wanted, we'll need just a reason why, and we'll walk through it. But thank you, gentlemen, for your service to our country. Appreciate it a lot. With that, this hearing is adjourned. Thanks, buddy.
Mr. Taylor, thank you for being here.